At such close proximity, Han Li naturally dared not use the full power of the fan, as he might be caught up in its power himself. He merely flicked the feather fan, and a layer of three-colored flames appeared on its surface. It then turned into a fiery blade and struck the light barrier. With a zzz sound, the power of the three flames fan proved formidable. The seemingly impenetrable barrier was cleaved open, creating a fissure about a foot long, just enough for Han Li to escape through. Overjoyed, Han Li was about to cast a spell to escape when a flash of white light appeared outside the fissure. The silver-robed woman tore through space and appeared outside, raising her hand as a crystalline claw emerged from her jade arm, reaching through the fissure to grab Han Li. In a panic, Han Li, unwilling to fall into the clutches of the 10th-level Ice Phoenix, was about to use the three flames fan to deal a heavy blow. Suddenly, his expression changed, and instead of the fan, he held a blue token, the Great Teleportation Token. As soon as Han Li took out the token, the ancient teleportation array lit up with blinding light, and the green barrier shattered into pieces. When the teleportation light receded, not only were Han Li and his 5 sons' demon lamp gone, but the silver-robed woman, who had been standing at the edge of the array, had also vanished, seemingly teleported away as well. Seeing this, the little Extreme Palace's master was initially stunned, but then displayed a mixed expression of joy and frustration. She was pleased to be rid of a formidable enemy, but frustrated that the cherished spirit treasure of the palace's founder had vanished. The distant child, however, looked extremely displeased. His face twisted with rage as he glared at the beautiful woman, let out a sky-piercing roar, and pointed at the myriad demon banner. The banner's demonic aura surged, and countless demonic beast shadows poured out, filling the hall's sky and rushing toward the beautiful woman. Her face changed, but the yellow spring ghost mother appeared before her, exuding an aura of darkness. As the ghost mother spun, green mist surged, and ghostly wails filled the air as a massive wave of ghostly energy clashed with the demonic aura. In an instant, the green mist and black aura intertwined, and a fierce battle erupted between demonic shadows and ghostly figures. Remarkably, the yellow spring ghost mother, as a ghost cultivator, held her own against the child's demonic form. Seeing this, the little Extreme Palace's master rejoiced, momentarily putting Han Li's matter aside. She clapped her hands and cast a red thunderbolt towards the demonic aura in the sky. The hall filled with roaring sounds as a human, a demon, and a ghost battled fiercely, disappearing into the swirling mist and aura. Occasionally, earth-shaking sounds echoed from within. In a 30-yard stone chamber, Han Li stood within an array similar to the one in the Void Spirit Hall, holding the Void Sky Cauldron and facing a stunningly beautiful woman. Behind him, a humanoid puppet stood motionless, while the 5 sons' demon heads hovered, glaring at the woman with bloodthirsty eyes, growling as if ready to attack at Han Li's command. The woman was none other than the 10th-level Ice Phoenix, accidentally caught in the teleportation. The ice phoenix had sensed something wrong as the green barrier shattered and tried to escape by tearing through space, but the spatial forces dragged her into the teleportation. This teleportation was no short distance. Had it not been for her innate spatial abilities, she might have been torn apart by the spatial forces. Her situation was dire, with her body flickering with white light as she coldly stared at Han Li. She estimated that in a life-and-death battle, her chances of victory were only 40%, with Han Li having the upper hand. Despite being able to suppress her cultivation to the pseudo-divine transformation stage, Han Li, with his mid-nascent soul cultivation and abilities, was one of the most formidable opponents she had ever encountered. His 5 sons' demon heads and silent humanoid puppet made him as powerful as 2 late-stage cultivators. Despite this, she felt no fear. Even if she couldn't defeat Han Li, her spatial abilities would allow her to escape. Han Li, with narrowed eyes, observed the woman, his mind churning. After a moment, he snorted coldly and walked towards a green stone wall, away from the array. The stone chamber was unusual, with no visible doors and smooth walls. Han Li, uninterested in a life-and-death struggle in such a mysterious place, hoped the ice phoenix would refrain from attacking him. The silver-robed woman, seeing Han Li's actions, secretly sighed in relief. Han Li carefully scanned the stone wall with his spiritual sense, but a powerful force rebounded, indicating a strong barrier. His face darkened as he gently touched the wall with a finger. A half-foot-long cold light pierced the stone, but was similarly repelled. He tried again with 3 sword chi strikes, all yielding the same result. Han Li's eyes glinted with blue light as he scrutinized the wall. The silver-robed woman sneered, waved her hand, and vanished through a white crack, using her spatial abilities to leave the chamber. Han Li, seemingly unconcerned, continued examining the wall. After a moment, his humanoid puppet raised its hand and shot a black dagger at an inconspicuous spot on the wall. With a dull thud, the wall shattered. Light flooded the chamber, revealing a hall. The silver-robed woman was nowhere in sight. Han Li's mouth twitched with disbelief as he recognized a familiar stone door engraved with strange runes, glowing faintly with white light. This door was unmistakably from the Void Sky Hall, where he had obtained the Void Sky Cauldron. He had been transported from the extreme north of the Great Jin to the chaotic Star Sea. Confirming his surroundings, Han Li muttered, "It's definitely here." Despite being in the Star Sea, Han Li's current abilities would allow him to find a way back to Tian Nan. After a quick survey, Han Li chose a path and flew away as a green streak of light. However, after some time, he noticed the absence of puppet guards and traps in the tower, which were present during his last visit. Realizing that the tower's defenses were probably inactive due to the time until the next activation of the Void Sky Hall, Han Li proceeded without encountering any obstacles. The once trap-laden tower now seemed lifeless. Chapter 11:22, Joining Forces. However, Han Li somewhat underestimated the maze-like passages. Although most of the restrictions and puppets had been turned off, the restrictions limiting divine sense were still in effect. After countless wrong turns and breaking through numerous illusions using his clear, bright spirit eyes, he finally found the teleportation array leading to the next level. No wonder that day, even with the overwhelming cultivation of the bearded brute, he had obediently followed behind Grandmaster Jai Yin and the others, temporarily restraining his previous arrogance. Of course, on his way there, Han Li had used his 5 demons and puppet to break open several unopened treasure rooms' stone doors. However, he found neither treasures nor triggered any restrictions that would teleport him out. It was unclear whether this was because the doors were not opened using the Heavenly Void Remnant map, or because it was not yet the time for the Heavenly Void Hall to open, but the treasures seemed to be sealed elsewhere, along with the space-altering restrictions losing their effectiveness. Reluctantly, Han Li meticulously searched each treasure room, but had to admit that the array master who set up the formations in the Heavenly Void Hall had a profound mastery far beyond his imagination. Even knowing these places had hidden restrictions, he found nothing. He had no choice but to give up his dream of looting all the treasures in the Heavenly Void Hall. However, though this method was ineffective, generally speaking, the most crucial control formations should be in the core of the structure. And the most critical part of the Heavenly Void Hall was naturally the 5th floor of the giant tower. That day, Grandmaster Jai Yin and the others, fearing the restrictions on this floor and merely wanting to seize the Heavenly Void Cauldron, had not dared to search it carefully. Given his current cultivation and clear, bright spirit eyes abilities, he might be able to find something. As for the 10th level Ice Phoenix, it had likely used spatial abilities to escape somewhere, but Han Li wasn't worried about the demon directly leaving the giant tower or the Heavenly Void Hall. He had already checked the tower walls at the edges. There were more than a dozen restrictions attached to them. Most he could not identify, but among the few he recognized, there was one specifically for isolating spatial powers. Unless using a special teleportation array within the hall, trying to use spatial transfer abilities to leave the tower was a mere daydream. Even with his current cultivation, he could still sense the terrifying and unfathomable other restrictions on the tower walls. Otherwise, he would have directly used his great divine abilities to break through the wall and leave. After passing through 2 layers of teleportation, Han Li finally reached the 5th floor of the giant tower and appeared before the Han Li platform, where he had taken the Heavenly Void Cauldron that day. It said that the successive Grand Elders of the small Extreme Palace were also titled Han Li Immortals, which is another piece of evidence connecting the small Extreme Palace with the Heavenly Void Hall. However, the platform where the Heavenly Void Cauldron had been placed had become incomplete, retaining the traces of the battle that day between Grandmaster Jai Yin, Wan Tianming, and others. Unexpectedly, the silver-robed woman was also standing on the high platform, looking at the altar with a pensive expression. Han Li's arrival clearly startled her. She turned coldly to look at Han Li. Then her figure blurred, transforming into a crystal rainbow that flew outside the stone platform, quickly disappearing into the numerous blue stone passages. Han Li watched her escape without any intention of stopping her. After she was out of sight, he leisurely walked to the altar, glanced inside the cave where the heavenly void cauldron had been taken, and began searching for traces of the control formation on the stone platform. Soon, Han Li confirmed that there were indeed no traces of a control formation on the Han Li platform. He expanded his search area from this platform. However, whether the control formation was extremely well hidden or he hadn't found the right place, Han Li had no results. Days passed, and Han Li left marks of his search everywhere on the 5th floor. But after more than half a month, except for his increasingly grim expression, there was still no sign of the control formation. One day, after emerging empty-handed from a corner, Han Li leaned against a nearby stone pillar, lost in thought. Could the heavenly void hall's control formation not be on this floor, but on the other 4? Han Li murmured to himself. While he was indecisive, suddenly, a flash of white light, accompanied by a tearing sound of space, brought the figure of the silver-robed woman into appearance. Han Li's eyes narrowed, staring at her without a word. He did not believe she would come to him without reason, and was curious about her purpose. After all, she had not appeared on the 5th floor for days. Could she have found a way out on the other floors? "How is it, Han Dayu? Have you found a way out?" the silver-robed woman asked softly. "If I had found it, would I still be here? Judging by your tone, have you discovered something?" Han Li responded calmly, as if nothing unpleasant had happened between them before. "HMPH, this place has been thoroughly searched by me. To forcefully break out of the restrictions would require at least 2 or 3 nascent soul cultivators working together. With just the 2 of us here, that's out of the question," the silver-robed woman said, her eyes sparkling. "No need to mention that. I know it too," Han Li said, keeping his composure though moved inside. "HMPH, aren't you looking for the control formation?" the silver-robed woman said impatiently, her phoenix eyes flashing coldly. "Indeed, I am searching for it. Do you have any guidance, Fairy Fang?" Han Li asked, his expression changing slightly but openly admitting it. "That's better. I've found the control formation, but it's not that simple to leave this place. Before that, let me ask you 2 questions. What is the connection between this place and the ice soul fairy from the past? And is the small cauldron in your hand the heavenly void cauldron?" The silver-robed woman's expression turned serious. "Ice soul fairy? Who is that? As for the small cauldron, if you say it's the heavenly void cauldron, then it is," Han Li responded with a vague laugh. The silver-robed woman stared at Han Li, her eyes flashing coldly. After a while she said, "The Ice Soul Fairy is an ancient cultivator who created the Kyanlin Ice Flame and the founder of the small extreme palace. You seem to know nothing about her, but you better clarify about the heavenly void cauldron. If you have it, it will be useful for activating the control formation. If not, you're of no use, and I don't need to tell you anything." Han Li's eyes flickered with surprise. After a moment's thought, he decided not to hesitate and said, "Since you put it that way, there's nothing to hide. That item is indeed the heavenly void cauldron. Where exactly is the control formation?" "Good. Since you admit it, follow me. This time, we can only leave this place by joining forces. Let's put our grudges aside for now. Otherwise, neither of us can leave here alone," the silver-robed woman replied calmly, showing no surprise at Han Li's answer. Then, her figure blurred into a crystal light, flying towards a certain blue stone passage. Han Li frowned but had no time to think, transforming into a blue rainbow and closely following her. However, after just a moment of flying, Han Li showed a surprised expression. The guiding crystal light was clearly heading towards the Han Li platform. He had searched there countless times. How could anything still be undiscovered? Nonetheless, the ice phoenix-transformed woman did not pause, and Han Li could only suppress his doubts and follow closely. After a meal's time, the crystal light finally spiraled down onto the high platform, landing on the altar. The light faded, revealing the graceful figure of the silver-robed woman. "Fairy Feng, are you sure about the location? Is the control formation really here?" Han Li asked, unable to hold back his doubts after landing on the platform. "Sure, Heth. I could find the control formation here even with my eyes closed," the silver-robed woman scoffed. "What do you mean by that? Have you been here before?" Han Li was startled. "How could I have been here? It's just that there's a place on our Ice Abyss Island that resembles this stone platform. Besides, the small cauldron you have also has some connections with our Ice Phoenix clan," the silver-robed woman said coldly. Without waiting for Han Li's surprised reaction, she suddenly floated up and pointed at several spots above the altar with a solemn expression. Suddenly, a series of shattering sounds echoed in the air, and several glaring white spots appeared. These spots rapidly expanded into car-sized white suns, eventually merging into a giant light sphere slowly rotating in the air. Han Li pursed his lips, his face showing undisguised shock. The silver-robed woman glanced at Han Li and continued casting spells, her 10 fingers moving swiftly, sending one spell after another into the light sphere. Finally, the giant light sphere shattered with a bang, transforming into more than a dozen snow-white formation flags. Each was 5 or 6 feet long, embroidered with ancient symbols and intricate patterns. These flags spun rapidly in the air, turning into a dozen brilliant white rainbows that shot towards the surroundings, disappearing into the ground in an instant. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes flickered, and a hint of realization appeared on his face. At this moment, the entire Han Li platform rumbled, and after violent tremor, a massive formation covering almost the entire platform emerged, with multicolored spiritual lights flashing continuously. As soon as the formation appeared, the two of them floated into the air, looking down from above. After a brief observation, Han Li was certain that the formation before him was indeed the control formation of the heavenly void hall. At the center of the formation, he saw a pattern identical to the heavenly void cauldron. He immediately recalled the scene from the day he opened the Xuan Jade Cave in the heavenly spirit hall. The formation sealing the Xuan Jade Cave seemed to use a similar restriction. However, the formation before him was 10 times larger and appeared even more complex and profound. You've seen this formation before. The silver-robed woman seemed to notice the slight change in Han Li's expression. She stopped her incantation and asked Han Li, "I've seen something similar in the small, extreme palace." Han Li replied calmly, without any intention of hiding the truth. "I see, that's good. You should know a bit about how to operate this formation then. You can try it out and see if the heavenly void cauldron is truly the control artifact for this formation," the silver-robed woman suggested, urging Han Li. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li nodded and opened his mouth. A ball of green light shot out, heading straight for the center of the formation. Within it was the heavenly void cauldron, only a few inches in size. Naturally, during this process, Han Li was extremely cautious of the silver-robed woman. If she showed any sign of trying to seize the treasure, he would immediately retract the cauldron. As soon as the heavenly void cauldron flew to the center of the gigantic formation, it stopped under Han Li's control, aligning perfectly with the pattern below. At that moment, the pattern of the giant cauldron lit up, and a cyan beam of light shot out, enveloping the heavenly void cauldron. Han Li felt his divine sense tremble and lost connection with the cauldron once again, his face changing drastically. A quick glance at the silver-robed woman showed she wasn't making any unusual moves, which reassured him as he continued to watch the changes in the formation and the cauldron. Under the cyan light, the heavenly void cauldron started to hum and expand rapidly. Moments later, it had grown to the size of the pattern below. Various patterns of birds, fish, and flowers began to float and morph on its surface. Han Li felt his spirit stir as he reconnected with the giant cauldron. However, at this moment, he felt his own spiritual power being rapidly drained into the cauldron. Han Li's expression changed drastically. But just then, the silver-robed woman suddenly performed a hand sign and pointed at the center of the formation. A misty white beam of spiritual power shot out, disappearing into the pattern of the giant cauldron. Han Li immediately felt the drain on his spiritual power slow down to a manageable level, and his expression relaxed. Otherwise, his suspicions would have led him to cut off the spiritual power and retrieve the cauldron immediately. However, at this moment, the heavenly void cauldron seemed like a bottomless pit, continuously devouring the spiritual power of both Han Li and the silver-robed woman. Before long, after Han Li had lost more than half of his spiritual power, his face darkened again. At this moment, the formation began to emit a low humming sound. Some runes started to flash and emerge, but their light was exceptionally weak, indicating that the formation had only just begun to activate. It's not working. Our combined spiritual power isn't enough to activate this formation. The silver-robed woman's expression changed, and she withdrew her hand sign, causing the cyan beam to disperse. Han Li frowned and also withdrew his spiritual power, extending his hand to call back the cauldron. The heavenly void cauldron shot out from the beam, rapidly shrinking back to its original size and disappearing into Han Li's sleeve. It's not just a matter of insufficient spiritual power. This control formation was originally meant to be operated by a cultivator at the divine transformation stage. With just the two of us, one at the mid-nascent soul stage and the other at the late stage, controlling this formation is simply impossible, Han Li said, staring at the formation below with a furrowed brow. At this time, the giant cauldron pattern at the center of the formation stopped emitting the cyan beam. The humming sound of the formation and the flashing lights gradually ceased, eventually restoring the formation to a lifeless state. It's not necessarily that a divine transformation stage cultivator is needed. If several late-stage cultivators join forces, they could also control the formation, the silver-robed woman said after a moment of silence. Are you joking? Even 3 or 4 late-stage cultivators can't compare to a divine transformation stage cultivator. The gap between the two is immense. You should know that. Han Li responded with disbelief. In terms of magical powers, a divine transformation stage cultivator who can manipulate the world's spiritual energy is indeed beyond comparison. But I have a secret technique that can temporarily merge the spiritual power of several cultivators into one. Using this method to control the heavenly void cauldron might allow us to activate the formation, the silver-robed woman said with a confident glint in her phoenix eyes. Such a secret technique exists. You have your eye on my 5 demons and that puppet, don't you? Han Li asked thoughtfully. Indeed, I need the combined power of your 5 demons and the puppet, along with mine. This should give us a good chance of success, the silver-robed woman said with a charming smile, her demeanor changing from cold to enchanting. Han Li remained unaffected by her stunning beauty, and instead pondered deeply. You didn't mention my name. Does this mean I can't perform this secret technique? He finally asked. Unfortunately, no. The secret technique requires cultivators of the same level to work together, and the one who can control this merged spiritual power must be the strongest among them. Though you are far stronger than an average mid-stage cultivator, there's still a significant gap compared to a late-stage cultivator, the silver-robed woman replied with a slight smile. HMPH, controlling the heavenly void cauldron requires practicing the treasure control technique. Are you suggesting I hand over the cauldron? Han Li's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. While a spiritual treasure is precious, do you want to be trapped here forever? This is the only way out, the silver-robed woman replied calmly. Don't even think about it. I will never agree, Han Li responded without hesitation. The silver-robed woman was momentarily surprised by Han Li's resolute refusal. Her eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity, and she was about to say something when Han Li coldly interrupted her. "Let me tell you something, Fairy Fang. This place opens every 300 years. Even if we do nothing, we will only be trapped here for a few years. When the time comes, we can leave safely. Besides, I've changed my mind. I'm in no hurry to leave. I plan to stay here and cultivate. If I manage to break through to the late stage, I'll come find you. Take care of yourself, Fairy Fang." With that, Han Li transformed into a green beam of light and shot off the stone platform, disappearing into a distant blue stone passage. Every 300 years. The silver-robed woman was both shocked and delighted by his words. Although she had lost an opportunity to seize his spiritual treasure, the knowledge that she wouldn't be trapped here forever quelled her other thoughts. She wasn't afraid that Han Li was lying to her. After all, 200 or 300 years was nothing to someone like her, a celestial beast with a lifespan that could span tens of thousands of years. Originally, she had a secret technique similar to self-harm that could temporarily grant her the terrifying power of a divine transformation stage cultivator. With it, she could easily kill Han Li and seize the heavenly void cauldron. But this technique was extremely harsh and damaging. It required a 10th-level celestial beast of the Ice Phoenix clan and severely damaged one's fundamental essence, making it nearly impossible to reach the divine transformation stage again. Even for her, who had long reached the threshold of this stage, the consequences were dire. In short, she was extremely frustrated. She had intended to advance to the divine transformation stage soon due to her limited lifespan. However, the spatial node news brought by that old demon's avatar had spurred her into joining the attack on the small, extreme palace, delaying her plans. Hence, she was still stuck at the late stage. Advancing to the divine transformation stage here was also a viable option. If successful, she could not only kill Han Li, but also seize the heavenly void cauldron and leave. However, the Ice Phoenix clan required a special ceremony on Ice Abyss Island to advance. Failing to do so would prevent any further cultivation progress. She dared not risk this now that escape was possible. Han Li was unaware of these details, but feared she might act desperately. Hence, he revealed the Heavenly Void Hall's 300-year cycle, hopping to prevent a life-or-death struggle. He also mentioned his potential breakthrough to the late stage, though it was more of an offhand remark. The silver-robed woman didn't take it seriously, knowing how difficult it was to reach the late stage. After pondering on the stone platform for a long time, she muttered to herself, "I still have a few secret techniques to master. I might as well use this time to cultivate. If successful, I'll have a better chance against him." With that, she transformed into a crystal rainbow and flew down a passage opposite to where Han Li had gone, intending to find a suitable chamber for secluded cultivation. Half a day later, Han Li was in a secluded chamber about 30 to 40 feet wide, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Before him was a large, 10-foot pool filled with milky white liquid, exuding a fragrant aroma. This was the second secret chamber where he had previously encountered Yuan Yao. The chamber was not only exceptionally hidden, but also contained a large spirit spring, making it an ideal place for cultivation. To be safe, Han Li sealed the teleportation array temporarily, rendering it inactive. He also used some formation flags to shield the entire chamber. Under the effects of the tower's restrictive formation, it would be extremely difficult for the 10th level Ice Phoenix to find this place, even with her pure intentions. To be honest, Han Li had no intention of lingering here any longer. He wanted to return to the southern skis immediately to lift the soul-sealing curse on Nangong Wan. But lending the void heaven cauldron to the silver-robed woman was clearly a suicidal move. That Ice Phoenix was equivalent to a late-stage senior cultivator, capable of practicing the second layer of the universal treasure art. With that cauldron assisting her, Han Li might not even stand a chance against her, even if he teamed up with the puppets and the 5 demons. He naturally wouldn't do such a foolish thing, where he was at someone's mercy. Fortunately, Nangong Wan had already consumed the inner core of the fire-toad ancient beast. Even if it couldn't completely remove the seal, it could definitely delay the onset of the soul-sealing curse. Her life would be absolutely safe for 200 to 300 years. In this way, he had to change his original intention and quietly cultivate here first. Now, Han Li's eyes were closed tightly. Apart from a slight rise and fall in his chest, he looked as lifeless as an inanimate object. But the milky white mist emitted by the Lingyan spring in front of him gradually drifted towards him like a spirit, making Han Li appear as if he were shrouded in mist, almost indistinct. Finally, it formed into a milky white mist ball, completely engulfing his figure. Days passed, then months and years. Time flowed slowly, and the milky white spiritual mist continued to gather slowly towards the poolside. The white mist ball, however, remained quiet and unchanged, as if it had existed here since the beginning of time. 80 years had passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, at a port on a certain island in the chaotic Star Sea, ships of various sizes were coming and going. Some successful cultivators were flying in and out of the air as well. Apart from this sole exit, the island, which was not small, was shielded on all sides by restrictions. This also contributed to the prosperity of the port. In the inner part of the shore, there were several small mountains of varying sizes, sparsely scattered. The tallest one had a pale white pavilion built on top, not particularly exquisite or elegant, all made of large rough stones, giving it a rugged and exotic style. On the topmost floor of this 3-story tall pavilion, a Taoist in blue robes and a scholar in white robes with a Confucian cap were watching the situation at the port while discussing something. "Brother Ming, I heard that the Inverse Star Alliance and the Star Palace have had another major battle near Falling Star Island. This time, a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Inverse Star Alliance died, and it seems they suffered a small loss," the scholar casually remarked. In recent years, conflicts between the Star Palace and the Inverse Star Alliance have become more frequent again. It seems like another major war is not far off. It's strange, though, in terms of power, the Inverse Star Alliance clearly has the upper hand. Among the 36 islands in the Inner Sea, the Inverse Star Alliance occupies more than 20. But in terms of victories and defeats, the Star Palace actually holds the majority, the Taoist side. What's so strange about that? The twin saints of the Star Palace practice the magnetic element divine light. As long as they don't stray far from Star Island, they are almost invincible. Haven't you heard about the last major battle where the 6 holy Taoists and Wan Sangu were defeated by the twin saints near Star Island? However, the twin saints dare not leave Star Island for long periods, otherwise their cultivation would greatly decline. As a result, both sides have their concerns, but it's us small sects that have suffered, the scholar sneered. That's true. It's no big deal to be occasionally harassed by these two factions. You can just send a few low-level disciples to deal with it. But in the past, we only had to pay tribute to one faction, and now we have to pay double. These days are indeed tough, the Taoist muttered, looking troubled. Brother Ming is really sentimental. Such matters are not something we, 2 Foundation establishment disciples, can manage. There are naturally considerations from our masters and grandmasters. As long as we survive these 2 years of service, we can return to our caves and focus on cultivation. Speaking of which, I have already faintly felt the need to break through the early stage and enter the mid-stage since I emerged from seclusion last time. The scholar suddenly said proudly. What if junior brother can advance to the mid-stage in 100 years? It's truly extraordinary talent. As for me, I have been stuck in the mid-stage bottleneck for decades without any sign of a breakthrough. The Taoist was stunned. Then his face showed a hint of envy. Brother Ming is joking. Who doesn't know the vast difference between the bottlenecks of the early stage and the mid-stage? Even if junior brother advances to the mid-stage, most likely he won't be as good as Brother Ming. The scholar waved his hand repeatedly. The Taoist smiled bitterly at these words. Just as he was about to say something else, a thunderous roar, like that of divine thunder from the 9 heavens, suddenly resounded. Immediately, the entire pavilion shook violently. The 2 of them were startled and looked at each other, quickly turning to look into the distance towards the rolling clouds in the sky. In the high altitude more than 10 miles away from the port, a vast expanse of clouds, resembling the glow of sunset, was rolling unpredictably. Following this, a series of thunderous sounds, resembling a galloping army, echoed. With the sound came the sudden upheaval of the nearby sea, surging waves over 100 feet high, swiftly rushing towards the location of the port. This sudden turn of events threw the ships at the port into disarray, frantically trying to dock at the pier. Countless mortals escaped from the ships, rushing madly towards the shore. In the face of such turbulent waves, anyone could see that staying on board at this moment was simply seeking death. As for the ships and the various goods aboard them, they could only leave their fates to chance. Instead of being intimidated by the once-in-a-century wave, the Taoist and the scholar appeared unfazed. their faces filled with anxiety as they stared intently at the distant sky where the clouds were rolling. In just a short while, both of them were drenched in sweat. Not only them, but the cultivators who were entering and leaving the port were also pale, their expressions changing dramatically. Some with lower cultivation bases couldn't even activate their flying treasures and had to descend from the sky unsteadily. The spiritual pressure emanating from the colorful clouds was simply too astonishing. Despite being so far apart, they were all shocked by the fluctuations of spiritual energy, as if an ancient demon beast was about to descend into the world. At this moment, not only the buildings near the port were shaking, but the entire giant island seemed to be trembling slightly. The Taoist and the scholar were already dry-mouthed and tongue-tied, unable to utter a word. Just then, 3 astonishing long rainbows shot from the direction of the island, arriving in the airspace above the pavilion in an instant. After a brief hover, they each dove into the top floor. As the light faded, a woman and 2 men appeared separately. They were a burly man in yellow robes, a melancholy-looking old man in green, and a charming woman. Respects to the 3 senior martial uncles. Seeing these 3 people, the Taoist and the scholar finally regained some composure and hurriedly saluted. What exactly is going on? The burly man waved his hand, his face full of solemnity. Nephew doesn't know what's happening. The sky over there suddenly showed such a phenomenon, and we were just thinking of sending a message to senior martial uncles. The Taoist replied respectfully and quickly. In fact, even without the Taoist's explanation, the 3 newly arrived Foundation establishment cultivators had already been staring at the distant sky, completely silent. What is this? Could there be some high-level demonic beast swallowing clouds and spitting mist in the sky over there? The charming woman frowned, asking, "No, there is no demonic energy appearing in the clouds and mist, so it's not a demonic beast. Moreover, any beast with such power would at least be in the form-changing stage and wouldn't be able to appear in the inner sea." The old man in green narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Could it be some nascent soul senior performing magic over there? The burly man also asked, suspiciously. It doesn't seem very likely either. As far as I know, besides a few nascent soul old demons who are good at magic, there is no one skilled in such esoteric methods as swallowing clouds and spitting mist. It seems more like a sign of some treasure about to appear. Taking a deep breath, the old man said solemnly, "If that's true, with such a powerful sign of treasure, this treasure is definitely extraordinary. Our sect must not easily let it go." The charming woman's eyes lit up at these words. The burly man also showed a restless expression upon hearing this. What kind of treasure is appearing? You guys are just afraid of not having enough life. An old voice suddenly echoed incessantly throughout the entire room. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders were immediately startled and quickly stood respectfully. Immediately, a blue light appeared suddenly in the pavilion, dazzling. In the faint light, an old man's face could vaguely be seen. His complexion was indifferent, like a golden statue, and his eyes looked like the bright sun. The sound of the sky thunder resounded over the vast area, as if the whole world, the sound of military and sudden came of 100 the air, but 1,000 like a huge. He was a vast and wide away from the chaotic, only the strange the they sky was of eye. Upon witnessing the scene, a middle-aged man who seemed blind twitched his facial muscles and exclaimed uncontrollably, "The void heaven hall. Impossible. It hasn't been even 300 years since the last opening." This person recognized the origin of the palace in the sky at a glance. Upon hearing the name Void Heaven Hall, the Taoist in blue robes and the scholar were not particularly moved, but the 3 elders in green robes were suddenly shocked. The burly man's voice trembled slightly. "The Void Heaven Hall. That's the secret place with ancient treasures. If it's not this hall, what else could it be? It's strange that it has appeared now, even though the time hasn't elapsed yet. However, even if it's the Void Heaven Hall without the Void Heaven diagram, it's impossible to enter." "Huh, what's that?" "Someone has gone over there." Just as the middle-aged man was puzzled, suddenly a cloud of fire surged from another direction in the sky, moving at an astonishing speed as if it had also detected the anomaly in the air and wanted to investigate the palace that had appeared. The middle-aged man with gray-white eyes saw the momentum of the fire cloud, and his face changed slightly. Originally, he had the same intention to pass over, but his thoughts suddenly changed. However, deep within his pupils, a trace of chill emerged. As the formidable fire cloud approached the palace, a corner of the massive palace, half hidden in white light, suddenly flashed with a 5-colored radiance. A thick, verdant pillar of light shot out, piercing through the sky above the sea. A large, dark hole, deep and unfathomable, appeared on the sea surface, and the seawater automatically parted and formed a considerable vortex where the light pillar passed. But an even more incredible scene unfolded. In the middle of this green light pillar, a white array with a diameter of several dozen meters appeared unexpectedly without any sign. Then, a flash of brilliance appeared on the array, and a man and a woman, along with a large cyan cauldron, materialized out of thin air. However, both of them stood motionless in their original positions, seemingly trapped and unable to move within the light pillar. At this moment, the fire cloud had already arrived nearby and paused upon seeing this scene, seemingly unsure of what to do. However, at this moment, the white light group emitted a thunderous roar, and the massive palace shook. Space fluctuations immediately erupted, and under the dazzling white light, the palace strangely disappeared into the void. The green light pillar also flashed wildly a few times before similarly dispersing and disappearing, leaving only a man and a woman along with the large cauldron suspended in midair. The people in the fire cloud seemed to sense something amiss and began to retreat with a thunderous roar. But at this moment, the woman raised her eyebrows and flicked her sleeves. Hundreds of crystal-clear sword lights surged from her sleeves, and in an instant, the sky was filled with sinister, cold light, rushing towards the fire cloud. The sword lights were incredibly fast, flashing several times and easily catching up with the fire cloud. Then, without hesitation, they fiercely attacked the fire cloud. After a furious roar came from within the fire cloud, it immediately churned, with faint cold light flashing inside, as if the cultivator inside had activated some treasure. However, as soon as the two collided, the fire cloud dispersed like it had encountered a nemesis, melting away in the white crystal light. The few treasures that were activated were cut into pieces by these sword lights and fell from the sky. The cultivator in the fire cloud was terrified and tried to cast spells to escape, but he had no chance. As the 100 swords fell, a miserable scream echoed, and the person was dismembered by the flying swords, even failing to escape with his nascent soul. Following that, a large amount of blood and gore scattered from the sky. The nascent soul-level cultivator was completely killed in an instant. This scene not only shocked the nascent soul cultivators, such as the elder in the green robe, their faces pale with panic, but even the middle-aged man, who had always been unusually calm, showed a trace of fear on his face. Senior uncle, could that person in the fire cloud be a disciple of the mischievous devil sect? Otherwise, how could? The burly man's lips moved a few times, trying to force a smile and say something. What disciple? It's the mischievous devil himself. Otherwise, how could the burning fire great technique have such momentum? Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man dryly said without looking back. Although they had suspected it for a long time, as soon as the middle-aged man spoke, the 3 nascent soul cultivators still took a cold breath. The mischievous devil and senior uncle are both at the nascent soul stage. How could they be easily killed like this? It seems that even the nascent soul could not escape, the charming woman said in horror. The elder in the green robe and the burly man naturally wore the same expression of disbelief. The middle-aged man, however, remained silent, his eyes fixed on the situation in the distance. At this moment, the pair of men and women in the sky seemed to have exchanged a few words, and then the woman smirked as if she didn't care and suddenly collected the flying swords in the air, turning into a crystal rainbow tens of yards long and disappearing into the sky in an instant. The man shook his head and glanced in the direction of the port, turning into an inconspicuous cyan rainbow and flying in a relaxed manner. However, this action of the man in the distance made Ganyu, the middle-aged man in the pavilion, change his face, and he hurriedly instructed, "You 3 stay here and don't act rashly. I'll be right back." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man turned into a blue light and flew out of the pavilion. After a slight circling in the low air, he directly greeted the cyan rainbow coming towards the island. This caused the people in the pavilion to suddenly look at each other. They had just seen a cultivator of the same level as their senior uncle, who was killed like an ant by the woman, and this man must have been a companion of the other party, and his cultivation level must not be worse than that of the opponent. Naturally, they became uneasy. Not only them, but the middle-aged man surnamed Ganyu, who was heading towards the cyan rainbow, was also equally uneasy. However, after seeing the woman's shot from a distance, he almost immediately affirmed that the woman was probably as terrible as the great saint of heavenly stars and 6 ways. If the other party intended to attack them, he could not escape the other party's pursuit, even if he wanted to escape. After all, he was just a beginner cultivator, and the gap in their abilities was too vast. In this case, it would be better for him to be more cautious and take the initiative to come over, so as not to make any reckless moves and trigger the other party's killing intent. In this situation, this nascent soul-level cultivator came over with a brave face. The 2 rays of light met each other, and in almost a moment they met. The cyan rainbow's brilliance dimmed, and the figure of the man reappeared. Ganyu, the middle-aged man surnamed Ganyu, stopped 10 yards away and looked closely. Only then did he realize that the opposite was actually a young man in blue robes, with an ordinary appearance and slightly dark skin, smiling as he looked at him. With a sweep of his divine sense, the middle-aged man surnamed Ganyu's pupils contracted slightly, and his expression became serious as he clasped his fists. "I am Ganlin, an elder of the Huengsha sect. May I ask for your esteemed name, and can Gan offer any assistance?" Although they were of similar seniority, his tone was unusually respectful. The young man opposite heard this and glanced at the middle-aged man surnamed Ganyu, smiling. "I am surnamed Han. I seem to have heard of the Huengsha sect before, but it's been a long time, and I don't remember much. Is this the place controlled by your sect?" "We are just a small sect in the chaotic star sea. It's not surprising that Taoist Han hasn't heard of it. If Brother Han doesn't mind, would you please come to our sect for a visit?" The middle-aged man surnamed Ganyu felt relieved when he heard the other's friendly tone, but he still spoke respectfully. Because just now, a slight probe showed that this person was indeed a genuine late-stage nascent soul cultivator, which made him handle it carefully. This young man is naturally Han Li, who spent more than 80 years of bitter cultivation in the Void Heaven Hall, and finally escaped. After Han Li and the Ice Phoenix parted ways, he collected the Void Heaven Cauldron and flew towards this side of the island. He had no intention of causing trouble with the cultivators on the island. He simply wanted to clarify his current location, understand the situation in the chaotic star sea, and then consider how to return to the vicinity of Quixing Island to find the ancient teleportation array. A middle-aged man directly greeted him and warmly invited him, which was somewhat unexpected for Han Li, but aligned well with his intentions. Without much hesitation, he accepted. With his current abilities, he had no fear of any ulterior motives from ordinary cultivators. Seeing Han Li readily accept, the middle-aged man named Gan was both surprised and delighted. He quickly sent a message to 3 juniors and then politely led Han Li towards the island. During this time, Han Li inquired about the situation in the nearby sea areas and learned that the island ahead was called Kumon Island, a large island controlled solely by the Huangsha Gate. The island was not small, with several cities inhabited by mortals. Hundreds of millions of miles north of Kumon Island lay one of the 12 star islands, Gui Star Island. Upon hearing this, Han Li was intrigued. With his exceptional memory, he still remembered the chaotic star sea map quite clearly. If he was not mistaken, he was currently not far from Tianxing City, but quite distant from Quixing Island, and his current path seemed to be heading towards Tianxing City. The chaotic star sea was known for its vast number of demonic beasts, far exceeding those in Tianan and Dajin. However, Han Li currently had no interest in the lower-grade demon cores. Demonic beasts above the 8th rank had already developed intelligence and could not be lured by nirvana grass. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind taking another trip to the outer star sea. Thinking this way, Han Li was led by the middle-aged cultivator and flew over the port, directly into the island tens of thousands of miles deep, to a mountain with dense spiritual energy, picturesque scenery, and grand palaces at its peak. Several unknown exotic birds circled and danced around the mountain, creating an immortal mountain and fairyland-like scene. Friend Gan, your sect is exceptionally prosperous. Seeing this scene, Han Li smiled slightly at the middle-aged cultivator. Haha, forgive me for any inconvenience caused. These are just some younger generation's idle activities, Gan, the middle-aged man, chuckled. After all, for cultivators at the nascent soul stage, such artificially created false scenes were rather unsightly. Han Li smiled again, but didn't say much. However, before the two could land, the sound of celestial music came from the mountain top, and two groups of beautiful female cultivators in various palace dresses came out from the palace below to greet them. Leading them were 3 male and female cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, their gazes towards Han Li were naturally respectful and filled with deep awe. Han Li smiled faintly and landed without hesitation. He was allowed into a large hall on the mountain top. Unlike the flamboyance outside, it was quite serene inside. After Gan and Han Li took their seats, the other 3 could only stand aside. Han Li didn't stand on ceremony and asked about the current situation in the chaotic star sea. Although Gan was surprised, he treated Han Li as a hidden expert who had secluded himself for many years and naturally had no reservations. When Han Li heard that the chaotic star sea was even more chaotic than when he left, he couldn't help but ponder deeply. Friend Han, the place you just came out from, is it the legendary Void Heaven Palace? How did you come out from there? After thinking for a long time, Gan finally couldn't help but ask. He had personally witnessed Han Li coming out of that giant palace. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he recovered from his contemplation. Friend Gan is indeed knowledgeable to recognize the Void Heaven Palace at a glance. It's nothing. I was just trapped inside for a while due to some reasons, and just managed to break free, Han Li said casually. I see. Then, What about the fairy who came out with you? Seeing Han Li's reluctance to speak more, Gan didn't dare to ask further and turned the topic to the Ice Phoenix. She was a fellow trapped with me in the palace. She had urgent matters to attend to and left ahead, Han Li replied lightly. I see. Could it be that the fairy, like friend Han, is also a cultivator in the later stages? The middle-aged man asked cautiously. He, that friend of mine has long advanced to the later stages. I am far inferior. Han Li glanced at the middle-aged man and chuckled. Gan naturally felt a chill in his heart, unable to associate the image of the silver-robed woman with any famous female cultivators in the chaotic Star Sea. As for Han Li, his appearance was too ordinary, and he seemed clueless. However, this was not surprising. Some cultivators with vast powers often only appeared once every 500 or 600 years. Friend Gan, I urgently need a batch of intermediate-grade spirit stones and materials. If there are high-grade spirit stones available, that would be even better. I happen to have 2 unused treasures that I can exchange. Han Li suddenly said and swept his sleeve towards the wooden table beside him. A burst of green aura enveloped the table, and 2 items, a silver ring and a yellow ancient halberd, appeared. These were the ancient treasures he had casually stored in his storage bag after killing several high-level demons in the Void Spirit Palace. For Han Li, treasures of this level were unnecessary, but in a place like the chaotic Star Sea where refining materials and treasures were scarce, they were extremely coveted. You're too polite, friend Han. Intermediate-grade spirit stones and materials are easy to come by. Our sect has quite a few of them. Even if some materials are not available, we can have someone collect them from the market on the island. As for high-grade spirit stones, we don't have many here, only 7 or 8 pieces. If friend Han needs them, feel free to exchange them. Gan's gaze swept over the 2 ancient treasures, his heart burning with desire. He was not surprised at all that Han Li could easily produce such treasures, and readily agreed. 7 or 8 high-grade spirit stones. Han Li was surprised, a strange expression on his face. As far as he knew, spirit stones were much scarcer in the chaotic Star Sea than in Dujin and Tianan. How could a small sect like Huangsha Gate possess so many high-grade spirit stones? Seeing Han Li's contemplative expression, Gan suddenly remembered something and suddenly realized. Haha, my apologies, friend Han. I forgot to mention this to you. Actually, over 100 years ago, someone discovered a very large spirit stone mine on a solitary island in the outer sea. It contains many high-grade spirit stones, so although high-grade spirit stones are still rare, there are more available now compared to previous years. Almost every sect has been deliberately stocking up on them. A high-grade spirit stone mine. It's rare to find such a grade of mine in the mortal realm. Han Li's interest was piqued. Yes, at first, others thought it was a false rumor. But when the Star Palace and the Reverse Star Alliance made a big move for this island, they confirmed the news was true. It said that this mine even alarmed high-level demons in the outer sea, who also participated in the struggle for the mine. As a result, both cultivators and demons suffered losses. Now, this mine is divided among the three factions, and the conflict has temporarily ceased. The elder of Huangsha Gate explained. Hanley nodded, not saying much. For him, this was a good thing. His humanoid puppets, after several uses of high-grade spirit stones, were nearly exhausted. Now was the perfect opportunity to stock up on more. Luckily, this sea area was not far from Tianxing City, and it was on the way. He could directly use the Star Palace teleportation array to go to the location of that mine. It shouldn't take much time. In a blink of an eye, Hanley made up his mind. He didn't say anything more, simply took out a jade slip from his waist pouch and copied a list of required materials into it. The elder of Huangsha Gate immediately instructed a few words, and the yellow-robed giant took the jade slip and promptly left to handle the matter. Afterwards, Hanley naturally chatted with the elder of Huangsha Gate. Under the deliberate accommodation of the other party, Hanley appeared calm and composed. Of course, it was rare to encounter a senior cultivator in the later stage. Gan naturally raised some questions about cultivation. Although Hanley had only recently advanced to the later stage of nascent soul, he had read many cultivation classics and even practiced some peculiar arts of both righteousness and devilish paths. Therefore, his sparse answers greatly inspired the middle-aged man, who became even more respectful towards Hanley. As for the old man in green robe and the enchanting woman who had been waiting on the side, they also pricked up their ears and listened intently to the conversation between the two, viewing this as a rare opportunity. After waiting for several hours, a streak of light shot in, and the dusty man appeared. He held a bulging storage bag in his hands. Elder, except for a few materials that are not available on the island, the rest of the materials have been gathered according to the list. The several pieces of high-grade spirit stones are also included. The man stepped forward and handed the storage bag to Hanley with great respect. Seeing this, Gan was more respectful and smiled at Hanley. When the middle-aged man named Gan heard this, he glared at the woman, his lips moving slightly. The three Foundation establishment cultivators present all heard a solemn voice in their ears. Do not speak recklessly. This person is a late-stage cultivator. His divine sense covers a vast range beyond your imagination. What you say might still be sensed by him. The alluring woman was startled upon hearing this, and immediately became extremely obedient. The big man and the old man in green robes exchanged glances and also fell silent. The middle-aged cultivator named Gan sat in his chair, slightly lowering his head. His gray-white pupils faintly flickered with a cold light. After a full cup of tea's time, the middle-aged man's eyes cleared up. He should be more than 1,000 miles away by now and unlikely to sense anything here. But to be safe, we should still be cautious. After saying this, he flicked his finger, and with a poof, a green light flashed and entered a nearby thick pillar. The pillar rumbled, emitting a faint green spiritual light. The nearby pillars also hummed loudly, and a greenish light screen formed, enveloping a small area. Now we can speak freely. After completing this, the middle-aged man named Gan's expression relaxed. Uncle Master is really cautious, the alluring woman said with a bitter smile this time. It's only right to be more cautious when dealing with such terrifying beings. The middle-aged man named Gan snorted coldly. Uncle Master is right. Moreover, cultivators at such a high level tend to have peculiar temperaments. If we offend him with a single word, it could bring disaster upon our sect. However, among the famous nascent soul seniors in the chaotic star sea, there doesn't seem to be this man and woman. But from the way that man spoke, he seems very knowledgeable about the chaotic star sea, not like an outsider. It seems he really is a reclusive cultivator. The yellow-robed big man hesitated and said uncertainly. The old man in green robes frowned and remained silent. Sheik Shuan, what are you thinking about? The middle-aged man noticed the old man's unusual behavior and naturally asked. I was thinking carefully just now, and this person looks somewhat familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before, the old man in green robes said slowly after raising his head. You've seen this person. Upon hearing this, the others were shocked and all looked at the old man. Although his appearance is very ordinary, I'm sure I've seen this person before. It seems to have been a long time ago. Oh, right, his surname is Han. I remember now. He is the person the Reverse Star Alliance issued a bounty on years ago. The old man's face changed, and he suddenly exclaimed. A bounty, a hunt for a nascent soul stage cultivator. Why don't I know about this? The middle-aged cultivator named Gan was first surprised, then his face turned gloomy. Uncle Master misunderstood. The bounty clearly stated that this person was a Foundation establishment stage cultivator who hadn't formed a nascent soul. At that time, you were in seclusion, and junior brother Quan and junior sister Jiang hadn't yet reached Foundation establishment. Senior brother Ma and I were in charge of sect affairs. We only dispatched some people to deal with it briefly, so we didn't report it to Uncle Master. This was nearly 200 years ago. I still have the jade slip with the order from back then. The old man explained with a sweaty forehead and immediately took out a ghost-faced jade slip from his storage bag, handing it to the middle-aged cultivator. Nonsense. Could he have advanced from Foundation establishment to late nascent soul in such a short time? The middle-aged man named Gan's face grew darker, but he still took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. He only glanced at it twice before his expression changed dramatically, showing an incredulous look. A phantom image appeared in the jade slip, showing a man in a green robe with a faint smile. Wasn't he exactly Han Li, who had just left? Their expressions were identical, making it impossible to be a mere look-alike. The middle-aged man named Gan was in turmoil, reading every word in the jade slip, his face showing deep contemplation. Seeing his serious expression, the old man in green robes, the yellow-robed big man, and the alluring woman all fell silent, waiting for him to make a decision. It seems I wrongly blamed you, junior nephew. The person hunted by the reverse star alliance is indeed the one who just left. But listen carefully. No word of this must leak out. Although the reverse star alliance is powerful, this man is no longer a mere foundation establishment cultivator. I do not want our sect involved in their feud. Either party's anger could destroy our little Kuman island. The middle-aged man named Gan's resolute tone was icy cold. Understood. The three immediately agreed, their hearts filled with dread. For the next 10 years, none of you may leave the sect. Stay in your caves and cultivate. I have a bad feeling. With two such powerful cultivators emerging and one having a connection to the reverse star alliance, the chaotic star sea might become even more chaotic. Also, instruct the other disciples to stay on the island unless necessary. Our sect will quietly close its gates for a while. The middle-aged man seemed to have thought deeply, issuing a series of orders that shocked the others but left them no choice but to agree. After the three left to carry out his orders, the middle-aged man sat alone in the hall, his face changing under the faint light, as if he had something difficult to decide. Forget it, even if he is the one who obtained the void heaven cauldron years ago. What does it have to do with me? Some might rob powerful cultivators of their treasures, but I am not among them. Revealing this information would only bring disaster upon myself. After a long while, he sighed and stood up with a self-mocking smile. With a wave of his sleeve, he transformed into a blue streak of light and flew away, disappearing into the distance. The hall returned to its cold, empty state. Meanwhile, Han Li, who had long left the island, had no idea that the small Huingsha gate had uncovered much of his past, even guessing that he had the void heaven cauldron. Years ago, the release of the void heaven cauldron from the void heaven hall was a little-known fact among ordinary cultivators, but widely spread among nascent soul cultivators. If not for Han Li's unexpected teleportation into the ghost fog and his subsequent return to Tianan, he would have eventually been discovered by those nascent soul elders. His being hunted by the Reverse Star Alliance was naturally the doing of several old monsters like Extreme Yin Patriarch, who, frustrated by their fruitless search, issued the bounty to force Han Li out of hiding. However, after so many years, the Void Heaven Cauldron had become a legend, and the bounty order, though never cancelled, was mostly forgotten by both righteous and demonic cultivators. Nevertheless, the news of the Void Heaven Hall reappearing soon spread, gradually reaching the nearby sea regions. Most of the cultivators who witnessed the event on Kuman Island were insignificant low-level cultivators, but two passing Foundation establishment cultivators recognized the Void Heaven Hall from ancient texts and spread the story. As the rumors spread, the story of the Ice Phoenix killing a nascent soul cultivator with brutal force became exaggerated, eventually turning into a tale of the mixed old demon being killed by two nascent soul cultivators after a tough battle. Thus, the news, though still sensational, was not as shocking as two late-stage cultivators appearing simultaneously. Instead, Han Li's emergence from the Void Heaven Hall and his use of the giant cauldron led many to connect him with his past identity. As a result, many nascent soul cultivators began to stir. Han Li, unaware of the bounty, was also ignorant of his image being in the hands of many nascent soul cultivators and sects. Otherwise, he would have changed his appearance and been more cautious. Despite his formidable abilities, he preferred to avoid trouble and not waste his time. Now, he was a green streak of light, flying towards Tianxing City according to the sea charts. Along the way, he passed several islands, exchanging treasures and rare materials for high-grade spirit stones in the island markets. He collected more than 20 stones in one go. Delighted, he became even more determined to visit the mine. During his journey, he encountered many cultivators, mostly low-level. Using his near-divine abilities, he avoided entanglements, flying high above without meeting anyone. Among these cultivators, only 2 or 3 with higher cultivation looked curiously at the sky where Han Li passed, while the rest were oblivious to having brushed past a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. After flying for over a month, he saw a black dot on the sea, and after several hours, he finally saw the towering sacred mountain of Tianxing City, a smile appearing on his face. At that moment, over a dozen streaks of light flew towards him from the distant sky. Scanning with his divine sense, Han Li was surprised. Among this group of cultivators, 4 or 5 were foundation establishment stage, and one was a high-level nascent soul stage cultivator. Moreover, the nascent soul cultivator's aura felt familiar to Han Li. His eyes showed a trace of doubt, but he remained motionless, not using his escape technique to hide. A group of cultivators, dressed in the unified attire of the Star Palace, had obviously just left Tianxing City. Han Li, hovering openly in front of them, was naturally spotted by these cultivators at a glance. They immediately flew over in surprise, and in a moment, they arrived in front of Han Li. However, Han Li had used a technique to conceal his aura, completely hiding his cultivation level. As a result, whether a foundation establishment or core formation cultivator swept their divine sense over him, they would only perceive him as a cloud of mist, unable to discern Han Li's exact cultivation. At this moment, an exclamation came from the opposite team. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he looked toward a cultivator wearing a snow-white cloak. This person's entire body was covered by the large cloak, making it impossible to discern their gender. Even with Han Li's astonishing divine sense, he couldn't see through the cloak. Han Li was greatly surprised. However, the aura emitted by this person gave Han Li a familiar feeling, and since this was the only nascent soul stage cultivator among them, he naturally wouldn't let it go. A blue light flashed in Han Li's eyes, as he intended to use his clear eye technique to forcibly see through the cloak. "So it is Taoist Han. It has been many years. How have you been?" Just then, a magnetic and light laugh came from within the cloak. The person suddenly removed the large cloak, revealing a face as delicate as white jade, with a faintly smiling expression. Ling Yuling. Upon seeing this beautiful face, Han Li was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but exclaim. This person was none other than the young-looking Star Palace steward he had saved outside Tianxing City years ago. Looking at the charming face of the other person, Han Li touched his nose and squeezed out a smile. I didn't expect that after so many years, Taoist Han would still recognize Ling at a glance. I am truly honored. Also, congratulations to Taoist on achieving the nascent soul stage. Ling Yuling said with a charming smile, her phoenix eyes sweeping over Han Li with a hint of surprise. Although he could not see through Han Li's exact cultivation level, he knew that Han Li's cultivation was definitely not inferior to his own, which made his smile even more sincere. Taoist Ling is joking. Haven't you also reached the nascent soul stage? Ling Yuling smiled slightly, but did not immediately respond. Instead, she turned her head and coldly ordered, "You all go ahead. I have some matters to discuss with Taoist Han. I will catch up with you shortly." Yes, Elder Ling. The Star Palace cultivators in the core formation and foundation establishment stages immediately responded respectfully, displaying utmost reverence for this Elder Ling. Han Li's eyes flashed a few times, but he showed no change in expression. Under the guidance of another late core formation cultivator, the group of cultivators continued on their way, and in the blink of an eye, over a dozen streaks of light disappeared into the horizon. I apologize for the disturbance. I am under orders to support an island under attack by the Reverse Star Alliance, so I won't be able to stay long, Ling Yuling said with a sigh as she turned back. I heard on the way here that your palace and the Reverse Star Alliance seem to be at war again. No wonder you are busy, Han Li said casually. Ling Yuling could only smile bitterly upon hearing this. However, she soon glanced at Han Li again, revealing a curious expression. Taoist Han, you are no longer at the initial nascent soul stage, are you? After some hesitation, she asked. Haha, I am a bit ahead of you, but with your talent, it is only a matter of time, Han Li replied with a laugh, vaguely. Ling Yuling was momentarily stunned by this. Her heart surged with emotions. If the other party really was at the mid-nascent soul stage, it was incredible. In less than 200 years, he had advanced from the core formation stage to the mid-nascent soul stage, which was truly astonishing. After her expression changed several times, Ling Yuling regained her composure, but she couldn't help expressing her admiration. It seems Taoist Han is indeed a once-in-a-millennium cultivation genius, advancing so rapidly. I am truly in awe. I am no cultivation genius, just fortunate enough to have some opportunities, Han Li replied with a half-truth smile. What brings Taoist Han here? Perhaps I can be of assistance, Ling Yuling said with a smile, changing the subject. I just want to go to the outer sea and may need to use your palace's teleportation array, Han Li said frankly. If that is the case, you are in luck meeting me. Recently, to prevent Reverse Star Alliance cultivators from infiltrating, Most of our teleportation arrays to the outer sea have been shut down, leaving only 2 as backups. I can give you a token, which will allow you to use the array, Ling Yuling said with a smile, her eyes gleaming with a mysterious charm. Despite Han Li's current level of cultivation, he was not swayed by her beauty, but he knew that reducing unnecessary trouble was always a good thing. After a brief smile, Han Li accepted the token. After exchanging a few more words, Han Li took his leave and transformed into a green light, flying toward the giant island in the distance. Watching Han Li disappear, Ling Yuling's smile gradually faded. She pondered for a while, then took out a pale silver transmission talisman from her storage bag. After whispering a few words into it, she flicked her wrist, sending the talisman into the void where it disappeared. She sighed softly, donned her cloak again, and transformed into a light, heading in the direction her group had left. After she left, a faint blue shadow flickered in the nearby air. Han Li's figure reappeared, looking in the direction the transmission talisman had flown. With a motion, he disappeared again. A moment later, Han Li reappeared a few dozen miles away, hovering silently in the air, expressionless with his hands behind his back. A human-shaped puppet appeared before him, holding a fire snake in its hand, which was tightly restrained by a silver light. Han Li raised an eyebrow, reaching out to grab the fire snake. It exploded into a fireball, which he quickly scanned with his divine sense, causing his face to darken. After a few moments, he dispersed the fireball and looked toward Tianxing City's giant island, squinting slightly. So my possession of the Zeushan cauldron is known throughout the entire chaotic star sea. It seems I need to change my appearance, Han Li muttered to himself. Then, his face was covered in a glow, and his features became indistinct while his body grew taller. Moments later, he transformed into a burly man with a purple-black face, put away the puppet, and flew toward Tianxing City. Unbeknownst to Han Li, as he crushed the transmission talisman, in a dark underground cave within Tianxing City's holy mountain, a faint human figure stirred and reached out to grab the void. The scattered fireball reformed in the figure's hand. The figure silently scanned the fireball's message before it disappeared with a flip of his hand. What's going on? Why did Yuling use the precious escape talisman? Did something happen to him? He should have just left the city. A melodious female voice came from another corner of the cave. He's fine. He just met someone interesting nearby and wanted to let us know, hoping we might recruit this person into our star palace. The first figure, a man, explained slowly. Oh, who is it that Yuling wants us to personally recruit? The woman asked curiously. Remember the Zeushan cauldron incident over 100 years ago? Of course. Does this have to do with it? The woman asked, surprised. The person who snatched the cauldron from Manhuzi and Wang Tianming, and the one who saved Yuling years ago, are the same person. He has arrived outside our Tianxing City, wanting to use our teleportation array to go to the outer sea, and happened to be spotted by Yuling, the man explained. If I remember correctly, this person is surnamed Han and was just a core formation cultivator at that time. Is he really worth recruiting? The woman asked, puzzled. You might find it hard to believe, but Yuling suspects this person has already reached the mid-nascent soul stage. If true, advancing to such a level in less than 200 years is no small feat, the man chuckled. We investigated the person who got the Zeushan cauldron after it left the Zeushan hall. Wasn't he supposed to have returned to where he came from? Could he be a disciple of a major sect from the Jin Empire? Otherwise, it is impossible for him to reach the mid-nascent soul stage in such a short time without a powerful sect's full support, the woman said, seemingly familiar with the Jin Empire. Whether he's a cultivator from the Jin Empire or not, given that he could take the Zeushan cauldron, it shows that he has quite the fortune. If it weren't for the fact that the Yuan magnetic divine light technique we cultivated repels 5 elements treasures, and that the Zeushan remnant map is useless to late-stage cultivators, we wouldn't have allowed outsiders to obtain this spirit treasure. The man spoke with a tinge of regret. If the Yuan magnetic divine light technique were fully cultivated, it would allow us to harness the power of the 5 elements. How could it be impossible to control 5 elements artifacts? It's just that our luck wasn't good, and we ultimately failed, the woman sighed bitterly. Yes, if I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have dragged you along to cultivate this half-understood Yuan magnetic divine light technique. Honestly, I feel I owe you an apology, the man said after a long silence, his voice tinged with guilt. It's not your fault. Without seeking other shortcuts, we would never have been able to advance to the divine transformation stage. The truth is, if it weren't for a final mishap, we might have succeeded in advancing and gained an additional 1,000 years of lifespan, the woman said calmly, shaking her head. Indeed, who would have thought that reaching the final step of cultivating the Yuan magnetic divine light would require possessing 5 elements' spiritual roots? Those with such chaotic roots would struggle to even form a nascent soul, let alone reach the foundation establishment or core formation stages. No wonder no one has ever succeeded in fully cultivating this technique since it was created. Lingshan Lei thought that advancing to the late nascent soul stage within 500 years made me no less talented than any past Star Palace master. I overcame 3 supposedly insurmountable obstacles of the Yuan magnetic divine light, yet still ended up like this. The ancient cultivator who created this technique must have intentionally set this trap to deceive future generations. What was their true intent? The man spoke with growing agitation, clearly harboring deep resentment toward the ancient cultivator. The woman sighed deeply before softly advising, let's not dwell on whether this technique was a joke by the ancient cultivator. Spiritual roots can't be easily altered. We were lucky to discover the issue early and stop cultivating before it was too late. If we'd continued on Yuan Magnetic Mountain, the combined force of the 5 elements within us would have caused us to explode. We should be thankful to Liu Dao and Wan Sangu for forcing us out of seclusion and revealing the changes within us. HMPH, Liu Dao and Wan Sangu were once defeated by me. If not for the restrictions of Yuan Magnetic Mountain, I would have annihilated them long ago. And this problem isn't entirely unsolvable, the man said with a strange tone. What do you mean? Have you found a way to change our spiritual roots? The woman asked, suddenly excited. Ever since discovering the problem, I've been searching through various ancient texts for a solution. I found an ancient secret technique that can help. It doesn't add spiritual roots, but uses a pure element treasure through a blood sacrifice to substitute for the missing root, allowing us to harness the power of the 5 elements. The man explained after a moment of hesitation. Is it really that simple? The woman asked, incredulous. The process of refining the treasure is intricate, but it's manageable for us. The key issue is that this method only allows us to control one additional element. We can't sacrifice a second treasure, as our nascent souls wouldn't withstand it, and our bodies would collapse. Unless we originally had 4-element spiritual roots, this method is useless, the man said reluctantly. I see. This is indeed useless for those of us with heavenly spiritual roots, the woman said, her heart sinking as her brief hope was extinguished. Let's give up on mastering the Yuan magnetic divine light. Even if there were another solution, we don't have enough lifespan left to explore it. Instead, let's focus on Yuling. With our full support since we left seclusion, she's finally formed her nascent soul. Once her foundation stabilizes, we can use the infusion method to help her break through to the mid-nascent soul stage within decades. If she reaches the mid-stage, she should be able to manage the Star Palace. But before that, we must eliminate Liu Dao and Wan Sangu to prevent future troubles, the woman said coldly, her voice filled with killing intent. If we're willing to risk our lives, eliminating them won't be difficult, the man said indifferently. What about this hand cultivator? Since he possesses the Zeushan cauldron and might be a mid-nascent soul cultivator, he could cause significant upheaval if we're no longer around. But from Yuling's tone, she seems to have a favorable impression of him, the woman said, hesitating. A mid-nascent soul cultivator with such exceptional talent is worth recruiting. If he agrees to join the Star Palace, we can place a hidden restriction on him and take the Zeushan cauldron for Yuling to use when advancing. We can compensate him with other treasures. If he refuses, we'll kill him to avoid future trouble, the man said coldly. That seems the best course, the woman sighed. However, the communication talisman has already been destroyed once, indicating that he is aware of our intentions. Ordinary elders won't be able to handle him. It looks like we'll have to deal with him personally, the man said. Even with a spirit treasure, he's just a mid-nascent soul cultivator. I can handle him alone. Once he's out of Yuan Magnetic Mountain's influence, even a late nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be my match, the woman said confidently. All right, just be careful. The Zeushan cauldron has circulated in the chaotic star sea for a long time, so its power shouldn't be underestimated, the man cautioned. As long as it's a 5 elements treasure, its power will be greatly reduced under the Yuan magnetic divine light. There's nothing to worry about, the woman said with a light laugh. This time, the man remained silent, evidently agreeing with her. Meanwhile, Han Li had already arrived in Tianxing City. Tianxing City lived up to its reputation as the largest city in the chaotic Star Sea. Han Li easily found the materials he needed in the marketplace. He also sold several useless artifacts, obtaining a large amount of spirit stones before finding a small inn to stay in. Since Ling Yuling knew he had the Zutian cauldron, Han Li wasn't foolish enough to use the token to access the teleportation array on Holy Mountain. Instead, he planned to sneak into the Star Palace at night. As long as the Star Saints weren't personally guarding the teleportation array, Han Li didn't consider the guards a threat. Even if the rumored Star Saints appeared, they might not be able to stop him. To avoid drawing attention, Han Li chose a modest inn. Revealing his mid-core formation cultivation, he received respectful treatment from the innkeeper, who provided the best room available. At midnight, Han Li quietly left the inn using a concealment technique. He remembered the location of the Star Palace clearly and headed toward the giant mountain where it was located. Along the way, he encountered several patrols, mostly at the Qi condensation and foundation establishment stages, with a few core formation cultivators. Using his concealment technique, he bypassed them easily. In no time, Han Li reached the 50th layer of the Holy Mountain, where the Grand Palace stood. The palace appeared unchanged by time, looking exactly as Han Li remembered. Feeling a bit nostalgic, Han Li was about to break the barrier with a technique when he suddenly sensed something and vanished into a cloud of smoke above the palace. Moments later, several shadowy figures silently approached the palace. These figures blended so well with the night that only a detailed scan with divine sense could reveal their presence. Intrigued, Han Li watched them closely. The group comprised 4 foundation establishment cultivators, 2 core formation cultivators, and a low-level Qi condensation disciple. Each had a gray aura concealing their faces, clearly not wanting to be recognized. The 2 leading core formation cultivators were evidently a man and a woman. Seeing no nascent soul cultivators among them, Han Li lost interest and didn't bother scanning their true appearances. Instead, he floated motionlessly above them. As the group approached the palace doors, they stopped. A tall core formation cultivator took out a green array disc, casting a spell that made it glow faintly. The slender core formation woman took out a yellow flag, shaking it to release a yellow mist that enveloped the group, causing them to vanish. Seeing the yellow flag, Han Li was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He seemed to have some impression of this flag. It appeared that he had possessed a similar artifact in the past, but had given it away. However, this wasn't particularly surprising. Such low-level treasures could easily be crafted identically if one knew the method. With a quick thought, Han Li understood. However, this piqued his interest in the female core formation cultivator. Although they seemed to have vanished into thin air, Such low-level concealment techniques were virtually ineffective against Han Li's spiritual sense. With a flash of blue in his pupils, he pierced through the gray aura on the woman's face. This woman is. Han Li's expression immediately turned peculiarly strange. At that moment, a flash of green and yellow light appeared outside the Star Palace, indicating that some restriction had been lifted. Footsteps echoed from behind the palace door, and a white-robed cultivator walked out slowly. This man, around 40 years old, was tall and thin with a somewhat sinister appearance. He was clearly a core formation stage cultivator. This person was evidently a Star Palace cultivator guarding the hall. Upon seeing no one around, his face darkened, showing signs of displeasure. In a flash of yellow light, the male core formation cultivator revealed himself, and the gray aura on his face dissipated, revealing a scholarly middle-aged face. "Brother Zhang, is there any issue? Can my wife and I teleport tonight?" The man clasped his hands politely and spoke courteously. "Brother Tian, as long as you have enough spirit stones, teleporting a few people is no problem at all. The officials guarding the teleportation arrays here have all done it, so why would I ruin my reputation?" The Star Palace cultivator's expression softened slightly upon seeing the man, but his tone remained unyielding. "Of course, it's not that I doubt you, but my daughter is gravely ill, and we must go to the outer sea to find the white egret demon's inner core to save her life. We cannot afford any delays," the scholarly man said with a smile. He then turned and gestured behind him. With a puff, a cloud of yellow mist dispersed, revealing the others. The Foundation establishment cultivators showed their true faces, while the core formation female cultivator and a frail chi condensation girl remained obscured by gray aura. "This must be your wife. I've heard much about the famous moon fairy," the sinister-looking man said with a rare smile, his gaze lingering on the female core formation cultivator. "I'm a bit disappointed that Moon Fairy won't show her true face. Follow me," the sinister man said regretfully before turning and walking into the hall. The scholarly man and the female core formation cultivator exchanged glances, then, without hesitation, escorted the frail girl inside. The four Foundation establishment cultivators hurriedly followed. None of them noticed that as the green-yellow light outside the palace flashed again, an invisible shadow slipped into the hall behind them. Moving silently, it seemed like a wisp of smoke. Through winding corridors, the group entered a hall filled with teleportation arrays, where an old man with a baby-like face awaited them. Seeing them enter, the old man's eyes flashed with cold light, which quickly vanished. "Are these the ones? 7 people just right for one teleportation," the old man said coldly. "Yes, these are the friends who need to leave. Brother Tian, where are you heading?" the sinister man asked, turning to the scholarly man. "To Silver Shark Island. I heard many cultivators head there due to high-level mineral veins. We might find the white egret demon's inner core there," the man said after a brief hesitation, his gaze sweeping over the teleportation arrays and landing on a marked one. Brother Huang, remove the restriction on that array. Brother Tian, you need to pay all the spirit stones up front, the Star Palace cultivator said expressionlessly. Of course. The scholarly man, seeing the old man lift the white barrier around the array with a few hand seals, rejoiced inwardly. He promptly took out a storage pouch and tossed it over. The sinister man inspected the pouch with his spiritual sense and nodded in satisfaction. The amount is correct. Here are your teleportation talismans, he said, quickly distributing 7 talismans. The scholarly man handed the talismans to his companions and, following the sinister man's signal, led them to the glowing white teleportation array. Do you not fear the punishment of the law enforcement hall for secretly teleporting people to the outer sea? A melodious female voice suddenly echoed, though it wasn't loud. It was thunderous to those present. The sinister man and the old man turned pale, while the scholarly man and the female core formation cultivator, startled, instantly wrapped the frail girl in a protective aura, transforming into a red-blue streak of light shooting toward the teleportation array. A cold hum sounded. A radiant light suddenly appeared before the array, effortlessly knocking the red-blue light back. The red-blue light recoiled several feet, revealing the scholarly man and the female core formation cultivator, both pale and vomiting blood. The frail girl they protected remained unscathed. The gray aura on both women's faces dissipated, revealing their true appearances. The female core formation cultivator, around 25 or 26 years old, had jade-like skin and was an exceptional beauty. The frail girl, about 15 or 16, had a sallow complexion but bore a striking resemblance to the woman and displayed remarkable composure. Greetings, Palace Master. The 2 Star Palace officials, terrified, knelt and saluted. The scholarly man and the female core formation cultivator exchanged a horrified glance, losing any hope of escape. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the corner, gliding towards the center of the hall. It was a white-robed woman with a veil covering half her face. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her brows were slender and delicate, evidently another stunning beauty. Ignoring the present cultivators, she gazed toward the hall's entrance and said softly, Han Taoist, "Since you're here, why hide from these juniors? Would you care to show yourself and speak with me?" Her words startled the sinister man and others, who looked towards the entrance, seeing nothing. From the void came a light chuckle. "I didn't expect to meet the renowned twin saints here. You didn't come specifically for me, did you?" As the voice fell, a figure in green appeared, hands behind his back, smiling faintly at the veiled woman. It was Han Li. Late nascent soul. The veiled woman, scanning with her spiritual sense, was shocked. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she exclaimed. This woman was the same one who had conversed in the sacred mountain cave recently. The other cultivators in the hall, hearing late nascent soul, were stupefied. Though half of them were core formation cultivators, they rarely encountered nascent soul cultivators, let alone late-stage ones. The sudden appearance of the twin saint's master and another late nascent soul cultivator made them feel as if they were dreaming. However, the moon fairy among them, upon seeing Han Li's face, was utterly shocked. Upon realizing he was a late nascent soul cultivator, she was completely stunned. Normally, her reaction would have been noticed, but the presence of two late nascent soul cultivators left everyone too shocked to notice her abnormality. Only the low-level chi condensation girl, unaffected by the higher cultivators, noticed the moon fairy's reaction and curiously examined Han Li. "Is your surname really Han?" the veiled woman asked, her previously calm demeanor now serious. "Since you're waiting for me here, do you think you've mistaken me?" Han Li smiled, gazing at the veiled woman. Chapter 11:31 Apprehension. The masked woman continued to stare at Han Li, her gaze unyielding, though her heart was in turmoil. Initially, she had thought that capturing her opponent would be effortless, but his sudden display of formidable strength far exceeded her expectations. Shocked and uncertain, she hesitated. Even though she believed that with her magnetic divine light and magnetic mountain, she had at least a 70% chance of success in a confrontation, the notion of capturing or killing him alone, as previously imagined, now seemed implausible. Should her attempt fail and he escape, he would undoubtedly become a major adversary for the Star Palace. Despite being one of the twin saints, she dared not act rashly. Neither Han Li nor the masked woman spoke again, plunging the grand hall into an oppressive silence, so heavy it seemed hard to breathe. Suddenly, Han Li's face darkened, and he raised his hand, making a casual grabbing motion towards one side. In an instant, a greenish-blue giant hand materialized from the void, swiftly snatching a fire light from the air and firmly confining it within the grasp. Witnessing this, the masked woman's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "Fellow Taoist, it's best not to casually send message talismans. I have no desire to face an ambush by two cultivators of the same level. As far as I recall, I haven't wronged the Star Palace in any way. Why does the esteemed mistress of the Star Palace bear such hostility towards me?" Han Li said coldly. At the same time, the green hand emitted a layer of green flames, which swiftly incinerated the fire light into nothingness. "Fellow Taoist Han, you misunderstand. I have no intention of making things difficult for you. On the contrary, I am deeply grateful for the assistance you rendered to my daughter years ago," the masked woman said after a moment of silence, smiling. The oppressive atmosphere in the hall instantly relaxed with her words. "Your daughter? Could it be that fellow Taoist Ling is?" Han Li was taken aback. Then a look of realization flashed across his face, and his tone softened. Though he knew her initial demeanor was not one of gratitude, he seized the opportunity to de-escalate. Han Li also felt that dealing with a late nascent soul cultivator was no issue. After all, he had slain late-stage cultivators before, and now his abilities had significantly increased. However, he had no interest in making enemies needlessly. Furthermore, being in the Star City, with the renowned magnetic divine light, made him wary. Indeed, fellow Taoist has guessed correctly. Yuling is the only child of my husband and me. Years ago, had it not been for your timely assistance, she would have fallen to villainous hands. My husband and I are eternally grateful, the masked woman said warmly. With such extraordinary talent, it's no surprise fellow Taoist Ling is the offspring of the twin saints. Han Li smiled faintly. Fellow Taoist Han jests. When it comes to cultivation talent, you are unparalleled. Advancing to the late nascent soul stage in under 200 years is a feat almost unheard of in the human realm, even from ancient times. How can Yuling compare? The masked woman laughed charmingly, though still somewhat incredulous about Han Li's rapid advancement, prompting her to probe subtly. Han Li merely smiled, neither confirming nor denying her implicit question, and showed no inclination to continue the conversation. I have long admired the twin saints and would love to converse more, but I have pressing matters to attend to. May I use your palace's teleportation array? He asked, glancing at the unsealed teleportation array and then looking at the masked woman. That's no problem at all. I have a guest token from our palace. If you don't mind, please use it. Though you might not wish to serve as a guest cultivator permanently, consider this a token of our gratitude. With this token, you can utilize all our resources and personnel in the outer sea, she said, taking out a gold token from her waist and tossing it to Han Li. Han Li was slightly surprised, but caught the token with a flick of his hand, examining it briefly. Seeing Han Li accept the token, the masked woman smiled with satisfaction and continued, "When you return from the outer sea, my husband and I would like to formally invite you to our residence to discuss insights on advancing to the deity transformation stage. Would you be interested?" Advancing to the deity transformation stage. Though I recently reached the late nascent soul stage and would indeed appreciate guidance, I must focus on consolidating my current level. If I find the time, I will certainly visit, Han Li said, though inwardly he was cautious about entering potential traps. Although opportunities to exchange insights with other late-stage cultivators were rare, he preferred not to place himself in potential danger. Despite his confidence in handling multiple late-stage cultivators, ancient restrictions or powerful formations could pose serious threats. Recognizing the prudence in Han Li's refusal, the masked woman did not insist, and after a few more polite exchanges, Han Li took his leave. The masked woman moved aside, signaling her intent not to interfere with the teleportation process, thus earning Han Li's trust. With a slight smile, Han Li walked towards the teleportation array. The two Star Palace cultivators, who had been blocking the way, hurriedly stepped aside, allowing Han Li a clear path, inadvertently exposing the Foundation establishment couple and their disciples. The scholarly man, eager to avoid trouble, pulled his daughter aside, but to his shock, His partner, a female Foundation establishment cultivator, stepped forward and bowed deeply to Han Li, saying something that stunned everyone present. "Greetings, Senior Han. Congratulations on your advancement to the nascent soul stage. If not for your help years ago, I would have met a grim fate," said the female cultivator, who turned out to be Wen Siyu, a woman Han Li had once aided. You know this senior," the scholarly man stammered. "It's been years since we've met, but it seems you've advanced successfully. Good to see you haven't slacked in your cultivation," Han Li said calmly. "It's all thanks to the pills you left behind, Senior. Without them, I wouldn't have formed my golden core," Wen Siyu replied respectfully. "I only helped out of an old acquaintance with your father. You need not be so concerned. It seems you're in a hurry to reach the outer sea. You may join me," Han Li said, turning to the masked woman. "Is it all right if I take these people along?" "Since they are acquaintances of fellow Taoist Han, it's no issue," the masked woman replied with a light laugh. Wen Siyu and her companions were amazed, and the young girl with them stared at Han Li with wide eyes full of curiosity. "By the way, I don't know your name yet. Would you tell me?" Han Li asked the masked woman as he prepared the teleportation array. "Call me Wen Qing," she answered with a smile. With that, Han Li vanished in a flash of white light, leaving everyone wondering if he had heard her name. Wen Qing's smile faded as soon as he disappeared. "Arrange for their teleportation. Then report to the Law Enforcement Hall for 20 lashes of the Thunder Whip as punishment. Next time, the penalty will be harsher," she said coldly. Without sparing another glance at Wen Siyu and the others, Wen Qing's figure shimmered with light and disappeared. Seeing the masked woman truly leave the starry sky hall, the sinister-looking man let out a long breath, and along with the elder, straightened up with lingering fear. Then he cast a glance at Wen Siyu and the others, his eyes flashing with anger. If it weren't for them, how could he have been caught red-handed, soon to face the punishment of the Thunder Whip? The sinister man hardened his expression, intending to say something unpleasant, but the elder beside him suddenly cupped his hands, speaking to Wen Siyu with unexpected politeness. "You and your spouse are truly fortunate to have a connection with Senior Han. This is a rare opportunity that comes once in 1,000 years. With just a bit of guidance from this senior, advancing to the nascent soul stage should not be difficult." The elders' previously cold demeanor towards Wen Siyu and the others had completely disappeared. The sinister man was initially stunned, but after hearing the elders' words, he suddenly understood. The harsh words he was about to utter were swallowed back, and he quickly put on a beaming smile. How could he have forgotten that these people had connections with a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? Someone they, mere newly formed core formation cultivators, could not afford to offend. Indeed, Brother Huang is right. In the future, my brother and I might need help from you two fellow Taoists. Please, take back these spirit stones. We will cover the cost of this transmission." The sinister man pulled out the storage pouch filled with spirit stones from his waist, reluctantly handing it over with a forced smile. The refined man glanced at the pouch, hesitating, but Wen Siyu gave a gentle smile. "We are already very grateful that you are willing to transport us to the outer sea. How could we be so ungrateful as to take back the spirit stones? Please keep them. However, I am in a hurry to catch up with Senior Han, so I hope you can transport us immediately." "No problem, I'll just replace the spirit stones, and we can start the transmission right away." Seeing that Wen Siyu truly didn't intend to take back the pouch, the sinister man agreed readily. With a few movements, he reached the transmission array and started replacing the used array stones. The elder stood aside, making small talk with Wen Siyu and her husband, trying to find out more about Han Li, the late-stage cultivator. The refined man was at a loss, knowing nothing about the matter. Wen Siyu responded with a smile, evading his questions without revealing anything. Moments later, the transmission array was ready. Wen Siyu, eager to catch up with Han Li, didn't bother with further pleasantries and immediately entered the array with the others after applying the transmission symbols. The same white light flashed, and the 7 of them disappeared. Seeing this, the elder and the sinister man looked at each other, letting out a sigh of relief and then smiling bitterly. On the other end of the transmission, in a 30-zhang large stone chamber, a transmission array flashed with white light, revealing Wen Siyu and her group. After a moment, they recovered from the dizziness of the transmission. Wen Siyu quickly scanned the surroundings, her heart sinking. The spacious stone chamber was empty, not a single person in sight. "You all wait here for a moment. I will check if Senior Han is nearby," Wen Siyu hurriedly said to the refined man, then walked towards the stone door without waiting for a reply. The refined man hesitated, wanting to ask something, but seeing Wen Siyu's determined figure, he remained silent, only frowning slightly. Stepping out of the stone door, Wen Siyu found herself on a wide stone platform at the peak of a perilous mountain, surrounded by cliffs and impossible for mortals to climb. But what excited her was that Han Li stood at the edge of the platform, talking to a shaggy-haired cultivator in Star Palace attire. Hands behind his back, speaking leisurely. The previously fierce-looking mid-stage core formation man now appeared as meek as a lamb, nodding and bowing as he responded to Han Li's questions. It seemed this person was the Star Palace cultivator guarding this transmission array. Wen Siyu, calming herself, did not approach immediately but stood quietly, watching Han Li and the man converse. After a while, Han Li waved his hand, seemingly finished. The man respectfully bowed deeply before stepping back and striding towards the stone chamber. Only then did Wen Siyu gracefully walk towards Han Li. "It's nothing. You were implicated because of me. Moreover, it was a small effort. Is there something else you need since you came in such a hurry?" Han Li replied calmly, glancing at her with an indifferent expression. "Senior, I know I am being greedy. You have already helped me greatly, and I should be content and repay your kindness. But my daughter is gravely ill. her life hanging by a thread. I beg you, please show mercy and help us once more. When Siyu pleaded, her eyes reddening with tears, showing a mother's deep concern for her child. That girl with the strange poison, is she your daughter? Han Li's eyes flickered, speaking slowly, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Yes, Senior has keen eyes, recognizing her condition at a glance. When Siyu's spirits lifted, hope shining in her eyes as Han Li identified the cause of her daughter's ailment. I overheard some of your conversation. Haven't you already found a method to cure the poison? Why come to me? Han Li responded ambiguously. Senior is indeed aware. We were told by an expert that using the inner core of the white egret fish demon, we could refine a pill to cure the poison. However, this pill cannot completely cleanse the poison. Even if it temporarily saves her life, her constitution will be greatly damaged, leaving her unable to advance in cultivation. Senior is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. You must have other methods. Please have mercy. Wen Siyu explained anxiously. I see. Han Li did not immediately agree, showing a contemplative expression. Wen Siyu felt both anxious and hopeful, but dared not rush him, only watching Han Li with pleading eyes. Han Li glanced up at the glaring sun, and then down at Wen Siyu's beautiful face. Unexpectedly, he asked, when did Brother Wen pass away? Was it through seeded transformation or a form of spiritual death? Wen Siyu was taken aback, but quickly responded with a sorrowful expression. When I returned to the inner sea years ago, my father was already missing. I searched for decades without any clues. If he couldn't form his golden core, he likely is no longer alive. The path of cultivation is indeed fraught with perils, and one never knows how far they can go. If a stranger asked me for help, I would likely ignore them. But since you have crossed paths with me multiple times, it seems we share some fate. Moreover, you are a descendant of an old acquaintance. The time is still early, so let me take a look at the little girl first. Han Li finally nodded. This is not the place to heal someone. Meet me at the inn in the town at the foot of the mountain. Bring everyone there. Han Li flicked his sleeve, a formless force preventing Wen Siyu from kneeling. Then, surrounded by a green light, he transformed into a streak of azure light shooting down the mountain. Wen Siyu was momentarily stunned, but quickly floated back to the stone chamber, full of joy. Moments later, 7 people turned into several streaks of light, chasing after Han Li's direction. That Han fellow has advanced to the late nascent soul stage. In the inner star sea, in a cave on the sacred mountain of Tianxing City, a man's voice echoed incredulously, shaking the entire cave. It was the male of the Tianxing twin saints speaking. Indeed, I could hardly believe it myself, but after scanning with my divine sense several times, it is undoubtedly true. The woman's voice followed, as the masked woman named Wen Qing, now unmasked, revealed a slightly pale but beautiful face, sitting cross-legged on a gleaming jade platform in the cave. If that's the case, his cultivation talent surpasses even ours. The man's voice grew deeper, seemingly coming to terms with the shocking news. I'm afraid so. From what I know, this person was under 200 years old before his disappearance. Such a rapid cultivation pace is unprecedented even among the past masters of the Star Palace. You and I barely reached the late nascent soul stage in about 500 years. Wen Qing sighed softly, a trace of melancholy in her voice. Anyone who believed themselves to be a rare genius would be disheartened to realize they had been a frog at the bottom of a well. If so, with the help of the void sky cauldron, even if he has just advanced to the late stage, he could contend with either of us. No wonder you changed your mind and let him go. But what impression did you get of him after the encounter? The man's voice grew more serious. Impression. This person is very cautious and quite bold. No, not just bold, but... Wen Qing frowned, her gaze flickering. What is it? Difficult to describe. The man was surprised. Not difficult to describe, but recalling it now, I find something peculiar. Wen Qing hesitated, then spoke slowly. Peculiar. Yes, peculiar. Thinking back, he knew I was one of the Tianxing twin saints and that he was in Tianxing City, yet he remained confident and unafraid. That is quite odd. Even possessing the void sky cauldron shouldn't make him so assured. Moreover, when facing him, I had a vague sense of fear as if he was very dangerous. This feeling, I haven't felt it in a long time. Wen Qing recalled, her expression changing. You cultivated the lingaming technique, and such premonitions are usually quite accurate. So, he indeed has something terrifying about him. The man's voice also became more solemn. Perhaps this person indeed has some remarkable abilities. Otherwise, how could a newly advanced late-stage cultivator remain so composed in my presence? Wen Qing slowly said, In that case, it will indeed be tricky. Since we can't easily eliminate him, we must try to win him over. But if he joins the Star Palace with his level of cultivation, how can Yuling suppress him? Once we are gone, he will surely take over, and the entire Star Palace will fall into his hands. The man's voice turned cold, revealing a sudden murderous intent. You mean we should still get rid of him? But if he turns out to be exceptionally powerful and we fail in our attempt, we will have created a mortal enemy for Yuling. The consequences would be unimaginable. Wen Qing hesitated. HMPH, this man has already made a dramatic entrance in the Star Sea. If we don't find a way to deal with him, he will still disrupt the order of the Star Sea. Since we have no hope of achieving our own paths to immortality, we must not allow the Star Palace's legacy to be ruined in our hands. If he can't be used by us, he must be eliminated. Even if it involves some risk, we must try, the man said decisively. What you say makes sense, but this is a serious matter. I still think we should deliberate carefully. Wen Qing shook her head, clearly disagreeing with her partner. What, are you really that fearful? I don't believe that if we join forces and use the Yuan magnetic mountain, he can escape from us, the man said proudly. If we join forces and use the Yuan magnetic mountain, we have a 70–80% chance of killing him. But this person is extremely cautious and may not come to the top of our sacred mountain voluntarily. The Yuan magnetic mountain is unparalleled as a defensive weapon. but it is cumbersome for chasing enemies. To catch him off guard, we must trap him in the starry sky hall the moment he returns from the outer sea. Only then will he have no escape. Otherwise, if he uses his movement techniques to evade us, killing him will be extremely difficult, Wen Qing said solemnly. I understand that. I've heard you gave him a guest token from our palace. That was a good move. If he uses the token, we can track his movements and estimate his return time, making it possible to set an ambush in the starry sky hall, the man said grimly. Wen Qing frowned but did not respond to this. Instead, she shifted the topic, saying something that left the man stunned. Each Star Palace master has historically been a married couple. Yuling, now in the early nascent soul stage, has yet to find a dual cultivation partner. Only by practicing our palace's unique dual cultivation technique can the chances of advancing to the late nascent soul stage be significantly increased. If one of the couple advances, it is enough to deter any threats. We secured our position as Star Palace masters in this way. But now, there are only a few nascent soul cultivators in the palace who are of similar age to Yuling, and none seem to have caught her eye. This is troublesome. What do you think of this handfellow? If he agrees to marry Yuling, we could let him take charge of the Star Palace. Whether it's Yuling or him actually in control doesn't matter. Given his astonishing cultivation speed, he might even have a chance to reach the divine transformation stage, which would also protect Yuling and perhaps even help her achieve her path, Wen Qing suggested after some thought. Having him marry Yuling? That might be a win-win solution. But someone as young as he is, already a late-stage cultivator, likely has a dual cultivation partner already, maybe even several concubines. The man hesitated, showing some consideration. Even if he does, so what? How can they compare to Yuling? We offer the entire Star Palace as a dowry. The weight of this decision should be clear to him. At worst, he can demote the others to concubines. Such things are not unheard of in the cultivation world, Wen Qing smiled. All right, let's try this method first. If he doesn't agree, we will resort to other means to eliminate him. The man nodded solemnly. Even if he refuses, we don't need to act immediately. I have another plan to make him entrap himself, ensuring he has no time to interfere with the Star Palace's rule, gradually leading to his own destruction, Wen Qing said with a sly smile. Is there such a method? Don't underestimate him. He advanced to the late stage and won't be easily deceived. The man was surprised. Wen Qing laughed softly and began to whisper her plan. The man's initial shock turned to contemplation as he listened. After a while, the man raised his eyebrows decisively, saying, "Let's do as you say. If it doesn't work, we will use other means. We must resolve this before our demise, ensuring Yuling's rule is secure. Of course, we still have over 100 years of life left, plenty of time to handle this. No need to rush. As long as he is focused on breaking through to the divine transformation stage, he will inevitably fall into this trap," Wen Qing said confidently. While the Tianxing twin saints were plotting in their mountain cave, Han Li was in a quiet wooden house on Silver Shark Island, holding the wrist of a frail young girl, using a wisp of spiritual energy to probe her condition. This girl was none other than Wen Siyu's daughter, Tian Kiner. Sitting on a wooden bed, her face slightly flushed, she held her arm out while Han Li, expressionless, sat at the edge of the bed. Wen Siyu and her husband stood at a distance, watching anxiously, while 4 Foundation establishment disciples guarded outside, preventing any disturbances. This is indeed troublesome. The poison seems alive, constantly devouring her spiritual energy and moving through her meridians. No wonder you couldn't deal with it. You've given her many pills, haven't you? Otherwise, she wouldn't have lasted this long. But this is just a temporary fix. The more spiritual energy the poison consumes, the stronger it becomes. If not resolved within 3 months, she will surely die. Hanley finally released the girl's wrist and said. Hearing this, Wen Siyu and her husband turned pale, and the refined man trembled as he asked, Senior Han, does this mean even you can't remove the poison? I said it was troublesome, not that I couldn't do it. Han Li glared at the man coldly. My apologies, Senior. Please forgive my rudeness. The refined man broke into a cold sweat, realizing his mistake. Han Li said nothing more, his eyes flashing with surprise as he looked at the girl, who had remained silent throughout. She seemed unusually calm, unlike ordinary people who would be terrified in such a situation. What surprised Han Li even more was the faintly familiar feeling he sensed from the girl, a mix of familiarity and strangeness that he couldn't quite place. If not for his recent advancement to the late nascent soul stage, he might not have sensed it at all. The poison was a minor issue to him. Puzzled, Han Li stared at the girl's unremarkable face, lost in thought. Wen Siyu and her husband exchanged worried glances, but dared not disturb him. Suddenly, Han Li's expression changed, as if recalling something, and he looked at Tian Kiner with a peculiar gaze. Do you understand the Tao of formations? Unexpectedly, Han Li asked a seemingly unrelated question. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, while Wen Siyu and her husband were equally shocked. Senior Han, how did you know my daughter understands formations? Wen Siyu asked cautiously. It's nothing. A friend of mine was also skilled in formations, and your daughter reminded me of her, Han Li said, but in his mind, he recalled the image of Xin Ryan, a strong-willed woman he once knew. Although their appearances were different, the unique aura and feeling were strikingly similar. Could it be a coincidence? Han Li wondered, but his intuition suggested otherwise. His eyes flashed as he suddenly grabbed the girl's other hand, revealing a small red mole in the center of her palm. Impossible, Han Li exclaimed, his expression changing drastically. Han Li's sudden exclamation startled Wen Siyu and her husband. Before they could ask what was happening, Han Li's finger glowed with a flash of spiritual light, which he gently pointed at the red mark on the girl's palm. A small cluster of blue light immediately appeared, merging into her palm and disappearing without a trace. Wen Siyu and her husband were completely puzzled. but did not dare interrupt Han Li's spell casting. An incredible scene soon unfolded. After the blue light vanished, the red mark became even redder, then began to elongate and transform, gradually turning into a blood-red dragon pattern on her palm, lifelike as if it were alive. Indeed, it's as I thought, Han Li murmured to himself, looking at Tian Kinner with an increasingly peculiar expression. Senior Han, what's happening to my daughter? Wen Siyu's heart raced with worry, her face showing clear signs of distress. Nothing serious. I just discovered the peculiar nature of the poison affecting her. You mentioned earlier that she was bitten by an unknown poisonous insect, which led to her current condition. Han Li sighed lightly and asked, "Yes, that's correct. She was poisoned by that insect. However, although we found the toxin difficult to dispel, it shouldn't be causing such an extreme reaction," when Siyu responded hastily, her heart sinking. "Heh, that's because the insect's venom was only the trigger. The real reason for her life-threatening condition is her dragon chant physique. A female cultivator possessing a unique constitution typically found in males, combined with the highly yang nature of the insect's venom, caused her current symptoms. Without the poison, her life force would still gradually wither, and she wouldn't live past 40 years old," Han Li explained, pointing at the red dragon mark on the girl's palm. "A dragon chant physique. That's impossible. We personally checked her at birth and found nothing unusual," when Siyu's face turned ashen. "Your daughter's dragon chant physique is extremely rare and latent. Without external provocation or self-manifestation, it's undetectable to ordinary methods. Those with this physique might cultivate quickly, but their internal balance of yin and yang would gradually destabilize, ultimately leading to their death before reaching foundation establishment," Han Li calmly stated. "So, does this mean my daughter can't continue cultivating even if the poison is fully removed?" Wen Siyu panicked, and the man surnamed Tian also looked gravely concerned. "Let's not discuss other matters for now. I'll first expel the poison from her body. Both of you should leave the room for a while. I'll call you when I'm done," Han Li ordered without courtesy. Yes, Wen Siyu and her husband naturally didn't dare oppose him and quickly left. For the first time, the girl showed a hint of unease, but before she could react, Han Li waved his sleeve, and a flash of blue light enveloped her, causing her to lose consciousness and fall back onto the bed. Han Li then turned around and scrutinized the girl closely, as if trying to discern something from her. The same aura, a female body with a dragon chant physique, and knowledge of formations. Is this truly just a coincidence, or is there really such a thing as soul reincarnation, with the essence remaining intact? Han Li sighed and murmured to himself after a while. He then brought his hands together and separated them, producing over 10 fine, silver needles that sparkled brilliantly between his fingers. With a flick of his hand, the needles shot out with a whooshing sound. The needles embedded themselves precisely at various points on the girl's body, disappearing instantly after penetrating. Han Li's hands began to perform a complex series of incantations, causing multicolored spells to shoot out from his fingertips, forming a 5-colored net that enveloped the girl. Outside the wooden house, in a courtyard similar to a 3-sided compound, Wen Siyu and the man surnamed Tian waited anxiously, frequently glancing at the closed door with worried expressions. Their deep concern for their only daughter was evident. The 4 foundation establishment disciples, standing guard, dared not even breathe loudly. The inside of the house remained eerily silent. The scholarly man's face grew increasingly anxious. Despite his worry, he didn't dare to communicate with Wen Siyu using voice transmission. He knew how powerful a nascent soul cultivator's spiritual sense was, and any voice transmission would likely be detected by Han Li. Offending such a powerful figure would be disastrous. While he was in a state of anxious uncertainty, Han Li's calm voice suddenly rang in his ears. "It's done. You can come in now." Upon hearing this, the scholarly man felt as if he'd been granted amnesty and hurriedly walked towards the door, casting a glance at Wen Siyu. The beautiful woman also looked relieved, clearly having received the same message. Without hesitation, she followed him inside. Han Li remained seated, examining a fist-sized ball of blue flame in his hand, which contained several writhing black threads as if they had a life of their own. Meanwhile, the girl lay still on the bed, sleeping soundly. A faint, barely perceptible fragrance filled the room. "Senior Han, my daughter. I gave her a dream-returning pill. You too can check on her yourselves." Han Li interrupted Wen Siyu's inquiry with a wave, standing up and stepping away from the bed. Relieved, Wen Siyu expressed her gratitude, and along with the man surnamed Tian, hurried to the bedside to examine their daughter. Han Li, playing with the ball of light in his hand, calmly walked out into the courtyard. The 4 foundation establishment disciples outside the door were startled upon seeing Han Li emerge and hastily approached to pay their respects. Han Li casually waved them off and walked to a corner of the courtyard. Examining the blue light sphere in his hand, he suddenly rubbed his hands together. A burst of golden light and thunderous sound ensued. The blue light sphere, along with the black threads inside, turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated into the air. A foul stench filled the air, making one feel nauseous. Frowning, Han Li waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind dispersed the stench. He then stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky with narrowed eyes, deep in thought. After an unknown period, he heard footsteps behind him. Without turning around, Han Li spoke calmly. "Although I've removed most of the poison from her body, it would be best to find the inner core of a white heron fish demon and have her consume it. This will ensure any remaining toxins are completely eradicated. The next life. Do you really believe that we cultivators have such a thing as reincarnation?" Han Li's tone was peculiar, tinged with self-mockery. "Senior, you mean?" Wen Siyu was taken aback, not understanding Han Li's intent. "Forget it, I was merely speaking in jest. Let me remind you, although your daughter is currently fine, I've infused her with a strand of profound yin energy to suppress the backlash of her dragon chant physique temporarily. However, this is only a temporary measure. If she stops cultivating and uses some medicinal aids, she can live as long as ordinary people without any danger to her life. But if she continues to cultivate, the moment the yang energy in her body increases, the yin energy I implanted will lose its balancing effect, and the backlash will resume. Do you understand? Han Li turned around, his expression serious as he cautioned. Is there truly no way to eliminate the effects of the dragon chant physique? Please guide me further, Senior Han. I cannot bear to see my daughter with a mere century of lifespan, when Siyu's face paled, and she bowed deeply to Han Li. There is a way, but it's likely beyond your capability, Han Li said calmly, not stopping Wen Siyu's bow this time. As long as it allows my daughter to continue on the path of cultivation, I will risk my life to achieve it, Wen Siyu said resolutely, her beautiful face determined. This isn't something a mere core formation cultivator can resolve. It requires a nascent soul cultivator. In fact, it's quite simple. You need a nascent soul cultivator to infuse her with a strand of yin energy at regular intervals to balance the yang energy. This way, she can continue cultivating. However, it requires a nascent soul cultivator to be available on call, or for your daughter to stay with a nascent soul cultivator at all times. Additionally, she must consume large amounts of medicinal pills, which will become increasingly precious as her cultivation progresses. By the time she reaches foundation establishment, supplying her with such pills will be beyond what core formation cultivators like you can afford, Han Li explained, his tone softened by Wen Siyu's motherly concern. A nascent soul cultivator on call. Wen Siyu's face turned ashen once more. The moment Han Li suggested this solution, she knew it was impossible. Even if they could find a nascent soul cultivator willing to help a few times, they could never expect one to be at their beck and call. As for having her daughter follow a nascent soul cultivator, that was equally out of reach. After a brief consideration, Wen Siyu felt a deep sense of despair. At this moment, the cultivator with the surname Tian also walked out of the house. He happened to hear Han Li's words, and his face turned slightly pale as well. However, after taking a deep breath, he still walked over a few steps and respectfully bowed deeply to Han Li, sincerely saying, "Junior has no great ambitions, only hoping that my daughter's lifespan can be slightly extended. Even if she only achieves foundation establishment, it would suffice. I wonder if my wife and I combine our efforts, could we suppress the backlash of yang energy within my daughter and help Kiner successfully achieve foundation establishment? With your current cultivation at the early stage of core formation, it's absolutely impossible. However, if you advance to the late stage and don't mind damaging your own cultivation, you could give it a try." Han Li glanced at the man and shook his head. At this, even the refined man fell silent. As for requesting Han Li's assistance, the two did not dare to speak. After all, Han Li had already shown so much kindness earlier. Even with their deep love for their daughter, they knew not to be ungrateful. After all, this was not a one-time rescue issue, but would require long-term care of the girl. No high-level cultivator would want to carry such a burden around. To their great surprise, Han Lee's eyes flickered a few times, and he said something that shocked them immensely, making them almost think they had misheard his words. "I have a book on formations here. Let your daughter study it. If the next time we meet, she can comprehend it to my satisfaction, I might consider taking her in as a disciple and naturally help her achieve foundation establishment or even core formation. However, what level of comprehension will satisfy me will depend on her own opportunities and fortune. Let me make it clear, this book is for your daughter to study alone. If you help her comprehend it and then teach her, I will naturally see through it. At that time, I will leave immediately." Han Lee's voice was not loud, but to Wen Siyu and her husband, it was like a thunderclap. "Senior Han, are you serious?" Wen Siyu asked in disbelief. Han Lee smiled slightly, flicked his sleeve, and a jade box that he had taken out beforehand flew out from his sleeve, slowly floating towards the woman opposite. The box contains a book on formation essentials. The formations inside are not complex, but have some unique aspects, suitable for testing your daughter's talent in formations, Han Lee said calmly. The book on formation essentials in the jade box was one of the formation books given to him by Xin Ryan back then, mainly containing her own insights and experiences. Wen Si joyfully accepted the jade box and carefully stored it away. "That is uncertain. If everything goes smoothly, perhaps only a year. If there are unexpected events, it may take several years. During this time, she must not practice any cultivation techniques. If something goes wrong, you won't be able to wait to see me. Oh, here is a bottle of purple yin pills. Give her 1 pill each month. This way, she won't need to take any other pills for a few years." Han Lee suddenly remembered something, patted his storage bag with one hand, and a small green bottle appeared in his hand, which he casually tossed over. This time, it was the refined man who caught it joyfully, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. "All right, once you find the inner core of the white egret fish demon, go to Xing Island to wait for me in a year. As long as you are on that island, I will naturally find you. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay here any longer," Han Lee said calmly. After finishing his words, he enveloped himself in a bright blue light, transforming into a dazzling blue rainbow and flying away, giving Wen Siyu and her husband no chance to ask him to stay. Wen Siyu and her husband turned pale, but they dared not neglect and hurriedly bowed towards the direction Han Lee had flown off to see him off. Not until Han Lee's light had flown out of the entire small town and disappeared into the horizon did they dare to straighten up. After exchanging a glance, they both saw a trace of relief in each other's eyes. Had they not encountered the help of the great cultivator Han Lee this time, their daughter might have faced certain death even if the poison was removed. Added to Han Lee's previous kindness to Wen Siyu, the couple now felt deeply grateful to Han Lee. Immediately, they returned to the house to discuss how to find the white egret fish demon's inner core, and how to arrange for Tian Kiner to study the formation book. At this time, Han Li had already flown out of the entire Silver Shark Island. Changing his direction abruptly, he shot straight towards the depths of the sea. With Han Li's current abilities, he naturally no longer feared being ambushed or surrounded by any high-level sea monsters. Although his light was not overly conspicuous, he did not bother to conceal himself either, maintaining a moderate speed and flying steadily forward. Flying in the light, Han Li wore a contemplative expression. His sudden decision to give the girl named Tang Kiner a chance, and the agreement to meet again next time was largely driven by a desire to uncover her true origins. Given Tian Kiner's unique dragon yin physique and the peculiar sensation he felt around her, it was hard to believe that these were merely coincidences. If this girl also possessed exceptional talent in formations and could easily comprehend the essentials of Formation's book, he would be more confident in determining whether she was Xin Ryan's reincarnation or had some other profound connection. Though the idea of reincarnation with traces of past life traits and partial memories was rare in the cultivation world, there had been precedents. However, these precedents lacked conclusive evidence to prove their authenticity, leaving listeners in a state of half-belief and half-doubt. Additionally, legends about the netherworld gradually spread, becoming as mysterious as the spirit realm. Some said the netherworld was an independent plane. Others claimed it was a mysterious place in the human realm, and some even believed it was purely fictional. Han Li himself was also half skeptical about reincarnation and the ghost realm. To him, such things that could neither be proven true nor false were not worth spending much thought on, and he was too lazy to think much about them. However, having been acquaintances with Chi Yunk Seo and Xin Ryan, he especially admired Xin Ryan's resolute character. Now that his abilities had greatly increased, if Tang Kiner was indeed Xin Ryan's reincarnation, he wouldn't mind lending her a hand. Besides, back when Xin Ryan was merely a Foundation establishment cultivator, she was able to assist Chi Yunk Seo in researching low-level formation devices. If given enough lifespan, access to enough formation books, and a broader perspective, her accomplishments in formations could be limitless. Since Han Li would have little time to delve into formations while pursuing nascent soul, having a disciple with a high talent in formations to cultivate into a formation master would undoubtedly be beneficial to him. After pondering these thoughts for a while, Han Li sighed softly, temporarily setting the matter aside. He flipped his hand, and a pale white jade slip appeared. A sweep of his divine sense revealed a huge sea region map, which was the map of the sea area near Silver Shark Island, given to him by the Star Palace cultivator guarding the teleportation array. Before coming here, he had already inquired about the location of the high-grade spirit stone vein. It turned out to be on an unnamed island, now named Biling Island. It was said that most of the spirit stones found were of the wood attribute, hence the name. According to the sea chart, This Biling Island was located at the northernmost part of Silver Shark Island. Even if a core formation cultivator flew nonstop, it would take several months, making it almost the furthest place ordinary cultivators could reach. This was also why the Spirit Stone vein had remained undiscovered until now. It was said that this island was unusually large, originally inhabited by some sea monsters, with the vein spread across various parts of the island. It ended up being divided among sea monsters, Star Palace, and the Reverse Star Alliance. The extraction of large amounts of mid to high-grade spirit stones had made several nearby islands flourish, gradually attracting other forces and some rogue cultivators who built some temporary settlements and marketplaces on the island. Over time, it had indeed become another gathering place for human cultivators in the outer sea, with Star Palace and Reverse Star Alliance considering establishing new outer sea teleportation arrays on nearby islands. Recalling the details about Biling Island, Han Li felt he hadn't missed anything. He put away the jade slip and increased his speed, shooting towards the distance. He estimated that even at his current speed, it would still take about 3 months to reach Biling Island. The scenery over the sea was naturally monotonous. Looking down, there was nothing but blue as far as the eye could see. Han Li flew continuously without stopping, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. During his journey, he only paused briefly on some deserted islands to recover his mana, and everything went smoothly without any significant incidents. Occasionally, he encountered a few groups of cultivators also heading out to sea, but he didn't pay them any mind and flew past them. These cultivators were mostly at the foundation establishment or core formation stages. Seeing Han Li's swift light, they didn't dare to harbor any other thoughts. Once, he encountered a nameless 6th-level sea monster that suddenly leaped from the sea, attempting to swallow him whole. Naturally, it ended up being sliced in half with a single sword strike from Han Li, who then casually took its demon core. If the monster had been at a lower level, Han Li wouldn't have bothered to kill it, opting to fly away instead. One day, Han Li spotted a small island made of black reefs. Except for some seaweed-like plants, it was almost barren. Without hesitation, he landed, found a flat boulder, and began meditating. Half a day passed, and as the sky gradually darkened, the blood-red sun sank halfway into the sea, and the sea breeze became chillingly cold. Han Li ignored this, a faint blue light shield enveloping him. Hearing the beasts roar, Han Li's eyes snapped open in shock, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. Considering his current powerful divine sense, even without intentionally releasing it, he could sense everything within several 100 feet around him. Moreover, when he landed on this island earlier, he had specifically scanned the sea area within 100 miles, but found no sign of any monster beasts nearby. Now that something unexpected had occurred, Han Li naturally wouldn't ignore it. He immediately sent his divine sense sweeping down towards the seabed beneath the small island. The beast's roar was indeed coming from below. In just a moment, Han Li's expression changed. He suddenly transformed into a strong blue light beam, shooting up to several hundred feet in the sky before spiraling to a stop, looking down with a serious expression. Almost simultaneously, gusts of foul-smelling sea wind rose around him, forming countless whirlpools of varying sizes on the nearby sea surface. Waves over 10 feet high surged and crashed into each other with thunderous roars, sending sea spray into the low sky. The entire area seemed to be crumbling, filling one with dread. Sweeping his gaze around, Han Li was horrified to find that the sea surface within 100 miles was experiencing the same phenomenon, all caught in a storm. When his divine sense probed the seabed, it was pulled down 1,000 feet by some force. Although he reacted quickly and retracted it, a wisp of his divine sense was forcibly taken, causing him a small loss. Alarmed, he hurriedly flew into the sky, treating the strange occurrences beneath the sea with caution. Could there be a powerful monster beast below? Even if a 10th-level monster beast appeared, it wouldn't cause such a terrifying commotion. Or could it be a legendary nascent soul stage monster? However, that seemed unlikely. If he remembered correctly, once a monster beast surpassed the 10th level, it would also be limited by the thin spiritual energy of the human realm and wouldn't dare to cause such a storm recklessly. Doing so would be equivalent to self-damaging its essence. Han Li's mind was filled with doubts. It's said that once monster beasts surpass the 10th level, they adopt the same realm divisions as human cultivators. Of course, using terms like 11th and 12th level for differentiation is also possible, but human cultivators generally don't use such terms. After all, once monster beasts surpass the 10th level, they become the pinnacle of the human realm. How could human cultivators dare to consider such terrifying beings as ordinary monsters? However, the disturbance below was too great. Even an experienced late-stage cultivator like Han Li felt uneasy. Yet the entity below the sea surface refused to emerge, only causing increasingly severe storms, with waves reaching over 100 feet high. Han Li's expression changed, and he finally made a decision. Regardless of what was causing the chaos below, it was best not to take any risks and to leave quickly. With his mind made up, he turned to transform into a beam of light, preparing to fly away from above the island. At that moment, a piercing shriek reached his ears, extremely sharp. Caught off guard, Han Li felt his mind buzz, his vision spinning, causing him to plummet from the sky. The blue protective light around him couldn't block the shriek at all. But after falling only 10 feet, a thunderous boom sounded from his body, purple flames erupting several feet high, with arcs of golden electricity jumping within the flames, completely enveloping him. The dizziness in his mind vanished instantly, and he steadied himself, hovering back in the air. However, his face was exceptionally grim as he looked up towards the sky. The shriek clearly came from above. The previously gray sky was now covered by a massive black shadow, stretching as far as the eye could see, yet remaining oddly blurry, giving a surreal and eerie impression. The shriek came from deep within the shadow. Han Li's expression darkened. Even with his vigilance, he hadn't noticed the anomaly in the sky, which was already strange. Without further thought, he carefully sent his divine sense towards the sky, only for it to be repelled by a force before reaching the shadow, unable to penetrate it at all. This made him even more alarmed. Taking a deep breath, Han Li transformed into a dazzling blue light, shooting towards the distant horizon. Uncertain of what was happening, he decided to flee as quickly as possible. With his current abilities, flying at full speed, he was miles away in just a few flashes. At that moment, the shriek abruptly stopped. Above the island where Han Li had been, the space distorted violently. With a sizzling sound, a large area of black shadow flashed with white light, and a blinding space crack appeared out of nowhere. A massive object slowly emerged from the white light, descending towards the sea below. From afar, Han Li turned his head and was startled by the sight. Then his expression changed drastically upon closer inspection. The enormous object was clearly a claw of some kind of monstrous bird, entirely jade green and several 100 feet in size, resembling a giant mountain emerging from the void. However, the claw's movement from the white light was extremely slow and laborious. Despite this, the enormous spiritual power from the claw stirred the sea below into even greater frenzy, with hurricanes rising from the sea surface and towering waves crashing about. A colossal bird hidden within the black shadow in the sky seemed to be attempting to attack across dimensions. Judging by the size of the claw, the bird must be at least several 1,000 feet long. Such a gigantic beast was only heard of in ancient times. In today's human realm, there were no such terrifying beasts. Swallowing hard, Han Li dared not hesitate any longer. Unfurling his wind-thunder wings, he disappeared in a flash of silver light. After several more flashes, Han Li finally saw the gray edge of the black shadow, feeling slightly relieved. Before he could look back, the beastly roar from the sea bottom grew louder and more furious. Han Li's heart sank as he turned his head. He saw the small island where he had been rapidly sinking into the sea amid thunderous roars. A massive whirlpool, over 10 miles in diameter, appeared on the sea surface. Black mist suddenly erupted from the center of the whirlpool. At first, there were only a few wisps, but they quickly thickened and expanded, filling the entire whirlpool in a moment. Within the black mist, ghostly wails and howls echoed, and strange black lightning flashed and danced. Even more bizarrely, nearby fish and shrimp seemed to be drawn towards the mist like moths to a flame, only to be swiftly devoured. Ghost mist. Seeing the black mist in the whirlpool, Han Li exclaimed in shock. The entity emerging from the seabed was the same ghost mist that had once devoured him. Even as a late nascent soul cultivator, Han Li felt a chill. He still vividly remembered the feeling of being powerless in the nether realm. Fortunately, this ghost mist was different from last time. The black mist only churned within the whirlpool and did not spread further, giving Han Li some relief. With his current abilities, even if the ghost mist spread again, it couldn't catch up to him from such a distance. He silently watched the giant whirlpool, confirming that the beastly roars indeed came from the ghost mist. Han Li's face was filled with suspicion. Just then, the giant green claw fully emerged from the white light. As Han Li had guessed, it was indeed the claw of a monstrous bird, glowing with green light and even larger than before. The sight made Han Li even more anxious. Suddenly, the previously halted shriek resumed from the black shadow. The giant green claw trembled, and 5 huge green beams shot down from its tips, as large as towering pillars, piercing into the ghost mist below. The claw then shook, causing the green beams to churn violently within the mist, as if trying to stir the sea itself. The beastly roar paused, then grew even more furious. The mist churned and condensed, suddenly forming a giant black mouth filled with fangs, dominating the whirlpool. The 5 green beams were immediately swallowed by the mouth. Han Li was dumbfounded. At that moment, the black mouth snapped shut, bizarrely biting the beams in half, then opened again. A thunderous roar erupted from the mouth, and a pitch-black lightning bolt shot out, shattering the 5 beams in a crackling explosion. The massive bolt then transformed into a 100-foot-long black dragon, vanishing in a flash. But in the next moment, the giant black dragon appeared below the shadow in the sky, diving into the void. With a deafening roar, the dragon tore a white crack in the space, then disappeared into it. Black electric arcs flashed wildly within the crack, accompanied by thunderous roars. A large green feather, about a foot long, fell from the white light, and the giant green claw quickly retracted. With the shrieking sound, the 2 space cracks closed within the white light. The massive shadow covering the sky suddenly disappeared without a trace. The gray sky reappeared. Simultaneously, the giant whirlpool below began to churn, compressing the black mist and drawing it into the seabed. The whirlpool quickly shrank and vanished. Han Li floated in the distance, not intending to return to his original position immediately. Instead, after hesitating for a moment, he slowly closed his eyes, releasing his powerful divine sense, which instantly enveloped an area within 100 miles. There was no abnormal phenomenon in the air. The giant bird had indeed vanished without a trace. Han Li didn't hesitate any longer. His divine sense plunged straight into the sea, probing downward. After a moment, Han Li abruptly opened his eyes, a trace of surprise on his face. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly patted the storage pouch at his waist. With a flash of silver light, a pale cyan figure appeared in front of him. It was the humanoid puppet. "Go," Han Li commanded coldly, waving his sleeve towards the distance. The humanoid puppet moved, instantly transforming into a large silver rainbow that shot towards the distant sea surface. Its speed was so fast that after a few flashes, It had flown several miles away. A short while later, the silver rainbow arrived at the place where the ghostly mist had appeared before. Without hesitation, it descended. In a flash of light, it submerged below the sea surface, heading straight for the deep sea floor. At this time, Han Li sat cross-legged in midair, merging his divine sense with the humanoid puppet, driving it as if it were his own clone. The sea floor in this area was much deeper than usual. The humanoid puppet descended continuously to a depth of 4,000 to 5,000 feet before reaching the bottom. But it was completely empty there. There was no sign of any demonic beasts. However, the area was exceptionally clean. Not only were there no corals or seaweeds, but it was also unusually flat, with no noticeable terrain variations. After circling the area, the humanoid puppet suddenly flew in a certain direction. A short while later, it found a blue light cluster drifting ahead. The light cluster floated up and down, as if it had a life of its own. The humanoid puppet's eyes burst with purple light, and its speed increased several times. In a few flashes, it caught up to the light cluster, just over 10 feet away from it. At this distance, it could be seen clearly that there was a feather about 10 feet long inside the light cluster, flickering with a faint spiritual light as if it were alive. The humanoid puppet's body flashed with silver light and appeared above the feather, reaching out to grab it. But something unexpected happened. As soon as the puppet's fingers touched the blue light, the feather suddenly radiated brightly and disappeared in place, as if it had merged into the void. The puppet grabbed at empty air. The humanoid puppet paused for a moment, seemingly surprised. But the next moment, 30 feet away, the blue light flashed, and the spiritual object reappeared, floating leisurely as if it had not just teleported. This time, the puppet stared coldly at the blue feather without acting rashly, while the spiritual object continued to drift away. The puppet did not wait long. When the blue light had drifted over 100 feet away, it moved again. With a flash of silver light, the puppet appeared above the feather. This time, it did not use its hand to grab directly, but instead waved its hand towards the void below. A silver shining hand appeared, grabbing downwards. The same scene repeated. The blue light flickered, and the feather teleported again. But this time, as soon as it appeared nearby, thunder roared above it, and a golden lightning net fell, covering the spiritual object. The feather flickered with blue light several times, teleporting repeatedly, but each time it disappeared, it would bump into the golden net and be bounced back by the golden light, completely restrained from teleporting. At this moment, a figure appeared above the golden lightning net. It was Han Li, who had also arrived at the sea floor. Han Li stared at the blue feather inside the golden net, clicking his tongue in amazement. This item was truly extraordinary. It wasn't just exceptionally green, with a faint blue light. Upon closer inspection, the surface's texture was formed by various mysterious runes, dense and indistinct. However, the feather's tip was slightly charred. and the base had traces of blood with strands of golden light. Seeing the feather, Han Li immediately recognized its rarity. Delighted, he patted his waist, and several talismans appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, shooting a talisman towards the net. But with a flash of blue light, the feather let the talisman pass through as if it were an illusion. Han Li was stunned, but then smiled with greater joy. The more spiritual this item was, the more extraordinary it proved to be. He began chanting, and the golden lightning net rapidly shrank to a diameter of about 10 feet, leaving the feather with nowhere to escape. Then he spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the talismans in his hand, simultaneously casting a series of spells that merged into the talismans. When he shot the talismans into the golden net again, the feather, despite swaying, could not avoid them, and they stuck firmly onto it. The blue light dimmed, and the feather became plain and unremarkable. Satisfied, Han Li put away the thunder net, grabbed the now motionless feather into his hand. After inspecting it, he raised an eyebrow and gently tapped it with a finger. An incredible scene unfolded. The feather rapidly shrank in a faint blue light, becoming only about a foot long in moments. The talismans attached to its surface also shrank, which was quite magical. Han Li, moved, lightly shook the base of the feather. Immediately, the feather emitted layers of blue light, releasing a remarkably pure wind spiritual power. This pure spiritual power brought a smile to Han Li's face. Now was not the time to consider its use. Han Li placed the spiritual item into a jade box and stored it in his storage pouch, then had the humanoid puppet search the surroundings again. But this time, there were no other findings. Satisfied, Han Li retracted the humanoid puppet and flew away from the area. On his way to the Biling Island, Han Li pondered the matters of the giant bird and the ghostly mist. Clearly, the battle he witnessed was far beyond what a human world cultivator could intervene in. That giant bird must be a powerful demon from the spirit realm or another realm, and the ghostly mist seemed even stronger than the bird. This discovery had shocked Han Li. In the human world, such incredible beings could only be those legendary demonic creatures. Back when he was trapped in the Yin Ming land, there were suspicions that the ghostly mist, Yin Ming land, and demonic creature Luo who were connected. After all, only such half-spirit, half-demonic beings could easily tear through space and roam between realms. The giant bird, with its similar heaven-defying abilities, could also attack the ghostly mist across realms. With his current experience and his knowledge of ancient texts, Han Li could guess the truth about 70 to 80% of it. But regardless of how much he guessed correctly, beings like Luo who were far beyond his control, he could only consider it a strange encounter. 2 months later, while flying over the sea, Han Li suddenly changed direction slightly and shot towards a certain place. After flying only a few miles, he heard sounds of explosions ahead. He saw not far away 3 cultivators desperately resisting the pursuit of a high-level demon beast. One of the three was an early-stage core formation cultivator, while the other two were late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. But the demon beast was a level 6 demon beast, and even with the three working together, they could barely protect themselves. Han Li's light stopped, and he observed the battle carefully. The core formation cultivator was a middle-aged man wearing a wide-brimmed hat, hiding most of his face. He seemed to have a dark complexion and was wielding a yellow flying sword with great skill, almost taking the brunt of the demon beast's attacks. The other two late-stage foundation establishment cultivators were an elderly man with white hair and a young girl of 17 or 18. They were using a blue flying fork and a red fire wheel, respectively, both quite powerful. The level 6 demon beast was surrounded by white mist, emitting sounds of a baby's cries, and shot out clusters of blue lightning from the mist. It was a Yingli beast, the first high-level demon beast Han Li had encountered in the chaotic star sea. But this beast was much larger than the one he had seen before, and its 4 white arms held 4 remarkable treasures: a knife, a sword, a drum, and a flag. Of these treasures, the knife, sword, and flag were rare, high-grade magical items, but the yellow drum was a genuine ancient treasure. When wielded, it emitted silver ripples with considerable power. Han Li's arrival drew the attention of both sides. Seeing Han Li's human face, the man with the hat, without much thought, exclaimed with joy, "I am Chen Jiang from Lake Hung Island. If you help us, I will reward you handsomely afterward." Pressed tightly by the demon beast, the man didn't even have the time to use his divine sense to check Han Li's cultivation level, and just assumed he was a passing core formation cultivator. After all, Han Li's light was indeed similar to that of a regular core formation cultivator, and not overly dazzling. However, the level 6 Yingli beast had partially developed intelligence. After scanning Han Li with its divine sense and recognizing his cultivation level, the baby's face showed extreme fear. Before Han Li could respond to the cultivators, the beast let out a strange cry and suddenly unleashed countless blue lightning balls. Under the barrage of so many lightning balls, the 3 cultivators were overwhelmed and had no chance to react to the Yingli beast's escape. But seeing this, Han Li's expression darkened. He shook his sleeve in the direction of the escaping beast. A foot-long flying sword shot out from his sleeve, transforming into a golden light over 10 feet long that swept towards the beast. The sword light was so fast that the Yingli beast only saw a flash of gold before its entire body was racked with pain, losing consciousness immediately. The golden light circled the beast a few times, scattering a large mist of blood in midair. The beast was instantly cut into 7 or 8 pieces, its primordial spirit annihilated along with its body. The remains fell directly to the ground. At this moment, Han Li extended his hand towards the distant void. A piece of the beast's corpse exploded strangely, and a blue orb shot out from the flesh, transforming into a blue light. With a clench of his fingers, the Yingli beast's demon core was effortlessly captured in Han Li's hand. He glanced at the demon core indifferently, showing no particular interest. A demon core of this level no longer held any appeal for him. With the beast's death, the 100 or so lightning balls attacking the 3 cultivators all dissipated in a flash. The trio heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Han Li with newfound respect. Even though they were too busy to intervene earlier, they had clearly seen Han Li annihilate the level 6 demon beast with a mere gesture. Their shock was understandably immense. They had initially thought that Han Li, traveling alone, was at most a core formation cultivator, but he turned out to be a nascent soul stage expert. Although high-level cultivators like Han Li were still rare in the outer seas, the trio had encountered such experts before. Thus, after their initial surprise, they didn't panic. They quickly retrieved their magic tools and flew towards Han Li. Before they even got close, the man in the hat bowed deeply. Junior Chen Jiang of the Qingyang sect greets Senior. Qingyang sect, are you a disciple of the 3 Sons Master? Han Li was momentarily stunned, showing a hint of surprise. 3 Sons Master is indeed my teacher. Does Senior know him? Chen Jiang's divine sense scanned Han Li, but only sensed that Han Li's cultivation was unfathomable, likely a nascent soul expert. He couldn't determine Han Li's exact level, and naturally assumed he was an early nascent soul cultivator. After all, mid to late nascent soul cultivators were well known throughout the chaotic Star Sea. I've only heard of him. I haven't met him. Han Li chuckled. Hearing the names Qingyang sect and 3 Sons Master, Han Li remembered the incident where Yuan Yao killed the Qingyang sect's young master, leading to the sect's relentless pursuit. Although the 3 Sons Master was well known in the chaotic Star Sea, he was merely a mid-stage cultivator to Han Li, not someone of much consequence now. Other than that, Han Li had no other grudges with Qingyang sect, so he wouldn't suddenly attack these 3. Instead, he asked about something he wanted to know. You 3 should be familiar with the nearby seas. Do you know the exact location of Biling Island? Although Han Li's sea map was detailed, accurately finding an island in the vast ocean was no easy task. Meeting these 3 cultivators was a rare opportunity he wouldn't pass up. Hearing Biling Island mentioned, the Qingyang sect cultivator's expression changed, and he smiled. Is Senior seeking high-grade spirit stones from Biling Island? If so, there's no need to go to Biling Island. Nearby markets have these stones available too. Of course, if you know cultivators from the Anti-Star Alliance or the Heavenly Star Palace, the price will be cheaper. Markets. Are there many high-grade spirit stones in these markets? I need more than just a few. Han Li replied noncommittally. Senior jests. High-grade spirit stones are worth tens of thousands of regular spirit stones, and their actual price is even higher. As long as your quantity doesn't exceed 30 or 40 at once, these markets can supply them, Chen Jiang said with a smile. In that case, lead me to the markets first. If I'm not satisfied, I'll head to Biling Island myself. Consider this demon core your reward for guiding me. Han Li decisively tossed the Yingli beast's demon core to Chen Jiang. Chen Jiang caught the demon core, overjoyed. Rest assured, Senior. I've stayed in these seas for over a decade and know these markets well. Leave it to me. I won't disappoint you. Although still curious about Han Li's identity, Chen Jiang was thrilled by the demon core, representing a significant amount of spirit stones for a core formation cultivator. He eagerly agreed to guide Han Li. The elderly man and the young girl, far less experienced, naturally followed Chen Jiang's lead, looking at Han Li with even greater fear. The difference between foundation establishment and nascent soul cultivators was immense. With Chen Jiang and the others leading the way, Han Li turned into several streaks of light, leaving the area. According to Chen Jiang, Biling Island was only half a month's journey away, and they would pass by their home island on the way. Flying east without stopping, they traveled for over 10 days before finally seeing an unknown island ahead. The island was large, spanning thousands of miles, with lush mountains and greenery. This is Thunder Sky Island. I have a simple residence here and know the market well. It's the largest market near Biling Island and won't disappoint Senior, Chen Jiang explained with a smile. The island's spirit veins are impressive. No wonder so many cultivators stay here, Han Li noted, glancing around. Thunder Sky Island has the best spirit veins nearby and produces several rare spirit herbs. Both the Anti-Star Alliance and the Heavenly Star Palace have coveted this island, but ultimately didn't take it due to mutual deterrence, leaving it occupied by various forces, Chen Jiang said proudly. Your Qingyang sect is among those forces, Han Li asked with a light laugh. We have a few members on the island, but we don't dare claim it, Chen Jiang replied, sounding somewhat embarrassed. Han Li wasn't genuinely interested in Qingyang sect's affairs. Smiling, he changed the subject. Chen Jiang then took the initiative to introduce the island's various factions and its nascent soul cultivators. Mystic Crane Master, the one from Biyun sect. I heard he was severely injured years ago. When Han Li heard a familiar name, he was surprised and asked, Does Senior know Master Mystic Crane? He was indeed injured years ago, but recovered through a body-snatching technique, regaining his cultivation. He came to Thunder Sky Island intending to claim it for Biyun sect, but others had the same idea, resulting in a joint occupation, Chen Jiang explained honestly. I see, Han Li replied coolly, his intentions unclear to Chen Jiang. Soon, they flew into the island's center, arriving above a small city. The city, clearly newly built, was about 10 miles in size. Its buildings were made of gray-white stone, looking neat and new. There were city gates on all sides, but only low-level cultivators used them. Higher-level cultivators flew in and out freely, creating a bustling scene. How many cultivators live on this island? Han Li asked suddenly. I haven't counted, but including foundation establishment cultivators, there are 3,000 or 4,000. Most live in the city, with some in other settlements and some high-level ones with their own cave dwellings, Chen Jiang replied. Han Li nodded thoughtfully and said no more as they descended over the city. From above, Han Li could see the entire city, particularly noticing 8 towering stone towers. These towers, each 50 or 60 feet high, were covered in intricate runes and formations, glowing with faint multicolored light. Han Li looked at them with interest. These towers activate the city's protective formation, designed by a famous array master in the chaotic star sea. When activated, its power rivals the guardian formations of major sects. Each tower is guarded by a foundation establishment cultivator around the clock, ensuring the formation can be activated at any time. This formation has saved the city several times, Chen Jiang explained proudly. Do demon beasts still attack the island? Han Li asked cautiously. Oh no, Senior. That was years ago. Since the mines on Biling Island were divided between humans and demon beasts, they haven't troubled us. Shall we head to the market? I know several shops specializing in high-grade spirit stones, Chen Jiang suggested, pointing to the city's south. With Han Li's agreement, they flew down to the city. Within moments, they were within the bustling market. Following Chen Jiang's pointed direction, Han Li looked ahead and saw a set of buildings south of the small town that stood out from the rest. They were unusually tall, ranging from 4 to 5 stories high, some even 2 to 3 stories high. At the entrances of these tall buildings, cultivators were coming and going, much busier than other parts of the small town. Han Li nodded, but contrary to the expectations of the 3 people beside him, he said, "No need for introductions. I'll go down and take a look myself. You 3 can leave." Yes, Chen Jiang was taken aback but didn't dare to object, bowing respectfully. As for my visit to the island this time, I don't want anyone else to know. You should know what to do, right? Han Li glanced at the 3 of them and suddenly spoke with a cold tone. Rest assured, Senior. We won't utter a word. Chen Jiang was startled by his words but maintained an exceptionally respectful demeanor. I hope your words match your heart. Han Li chuckled, but discreetly flicked a finger hidden in his sleeve. In an instant, his figure blurred and mysteriously disappeared into the faint blue light. Chen Jiang and the other 2's faces changed drastically. They quickly looked around, but there was no trace of Han Li nearby. Senior Uncle Chen, what should we do? Quiet, let's return first. The young woman couldn't help but want to say something, but was interrupted by Chen Jiang's stern face. He gestured to the other 2, and they immediately flew out of the city towards the outskirts. In the blink of an eye, they flew over 100 miles and landed under an inconspicuous small mountain, where there was a hidden cave. Chen Jiang led the other 2 into the cave and unlocked all the restrictions before silently sitting in a hall, closing his eyes to meditate. The young woman and the old man exchanged glances, but dared not speak. After a meal's time passed, Chen Jiang finally opened his eyes, let out a long sigh, and finally relaxed his expression. We can be sure now that his divine sense didn't monitor this place. Even though his divine sense could easily infiltrate here, it couldn't have done so without alerting the cave's restrictions. Disciple Yan, what did you want to say earlier? You can speak now, Chen Jiang asked the young woman slowly. It's nothing. Senior Han's background seems rather suspicious. As a nascent soul cultivator, we've never heard of such a person before. It seems quite unusual. Shouldn't we report this to the sect and investigate his background? Maybe our ancestor knows something about him. The young woman hesitated. The old man nodded beside her, seemingly thinking the same thing. HMPH, even if we know this person's background, so what? Your ancestor is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the later stage realm. Even if this person has some issues, they're not significant enough to warrant our attention. If our ancestor can't take action, why provoke this person unnecessarily? From his words, he seems to have a good grasp of the affairs in the chaotic Star Sea, perhaps a cultivator who has just finished secluded cultivation. Chen Jiang snorted and said bluntly. The young woman heard this and felt chills in her heart. She could only nod repeatedly. And if we tell anyone other than our group about this matter, we won't benefit, but we might. As Chen Jiang continued his tirade, he didn't notice a faint golden light flickering on his shoe, quietly leaving the shoe and entering the stone floor of the hall, disappearing silently. After a while, the golden light penetrated deep into the ground, and a light blue curtain appeared in front of it, blocking the light's path. This was the protective restriction of the cave. The golden light paused, then its entire body dimmed, revealing a thumb-sized golden beetle. It was Han Li's devouring goldworm. As soon as the beetle appeared, it pounced on the light curtain and began devouring it voraciously. This restriction was not particularly advanced. Rather, it was quite rudimentary. The beetle infiltrated the curtain in an instant, then pierced through and appeared outside the curtain. Throughout this process, it didn't trigger the restriction or alert Chen Jiang and the others. After the beetle flashed, it disappeared into the darkness underground. After a meal's time, on a street in the south of the small town, a tall and thin old man walked leisurely. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, his sleeve shook, and a golden light shot out from the ground, quietly entering his sleeve and disappearing without a trace. The old man's expression remained unchanged, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This person was Han Li, disguised with changed features. The golden light was the devouring goldworm he had just retrieved, which carried a strand of his divine consciousness. Since reaching the late stage of nascent soul, Han Li's divine sense, though still vastly different from a deity transformation cultivator's, was much stronger than that of ordinary late-stage cultivators. Leveraging this strength, he could attach a strand of divine consciousness to other objects at will. However, such attachments were not permanent and could only last for a period of time proportional to his divine sense's strength. Furthermore, they could only attach to living creatures capable of spiritual communication and generally couldn't interfere with the creature's actions. Of course, creatures like the devouring goldworm, which were refined and responsive to their master's mental commands, could be directly controlled by divine consciousness. When Han Li parted ways with Chen Jiang and the others earlier, although he didn't immediately turn hostile or take action, he had attached a strand of divine consciousness to the devouring goldworm, allowing it to stealthily follow Chen Jiang and the others back to the cave. Relying on his formidable divine techniques and the devouring goldworm's abilities, Han Li was confident that even a nascent soul cultivator like Chen Jiang wouldn't detect its presence. Han Li had made up his mind. If these three acted sensibly, he wouldn't do anything. However, if they attempted any covert mischief, they would find him unrelenting. He could instantly activate the devouring goldworm through his divine consciousness, eliminating them one by one. The devouring goldworm, not yet mature, might not pose a threat to a nascent soul cultivator, but its imperviousness and voracious nature made dealing with a nascent soul early stage and two foundation establishment cultivators effortless. Now that the devouring goldworm had returned, Han Li withdrew his attached divine consciousness, instantly reverting Chen Jiang and the others' conversation in his mind. With a smile, he dismissed any further concern about the trio. Under his billowing sleeves, Han Li surveyed the nearby loft buildings without reservation. Evidently, he was now in what could be considered the market district. There were not only many cultivators around, but also frequent landings and departures of high-level cultivators on this stone-paved street. Some hurried figures moved in and out of these lofts, each person vigilant as if fearing being watched. Han Li, boldly observing the other cultivators, naturally drew the attention of some. However, as their divine senses swept over Han Li, their originally fierce gazes immediately shrank, turning into expressions of panic. They either turned away immediately or reluctantly smiled in passing. With his cultivation suppressed to the level of a late-stage, nascent soul cultivator, Han Li effectively deterred others from provoking him. After taking a few steps, Han Li suddenly paused. His gaze fell on several lofts, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. There were 6 two-story small pavilions lined up along the street, each with a unique flagpole at the front displaying 6 different patterns: a blue monster, a golden sword, a green spirit herb, and so on. 6 linked pavilions. Han Li was astonished. If he remembered correctly, this faction seemed to have already joined the Reversal Star Alliance in the chaotic Star Sea, becoming a member of the alliance. Yet they could still boldly establish shops under the noses of other forces on the island. It seemed that even though the influence of the Reversal Star Alliance might not be dominant on Azure Spirit Island, local forces dared not reject their establishment in the city. Han Li had some connections with several nascent soul experts in the Reversal Star Alliance. Naturally, he wouldn't actively seek them out. He shook his head lightly and was about to turn towards one of the shops ahead. However, before he could take a step forward, several cultivators suddenly emerged from one of the 6 linked pavilions. Upon seeing them, Han Li's expression subtly changed. One was an elderly man in yellow robes in his 50s, and the other was a young Taoist in crane-patterned soap robes, appearing to be in his 20s. Both were early-stage nascent soul cultivators. Behind them followed 4 foundation establishment cultivators, with a middle-aged shopkeeper in 6 linked pavilion attire trailing behind them, offering incessant courteous smiles. It was no surprise that nascent soul cultivators were respected figures wherever they went, and the presence of 2 jointly visiting a shop like this naturally commanded reverence. What caught Han Li's attention, however, was the young Taoist in crane-patterned robes. Despite his younger appearance, there was no mistaking his identity as the Taoist Myo who had pursued and nearly taken his life years ago. He had only aged about 20 years younger. His appearance remained almost unchanged from those days. This was none other than the reborn Myo Taoist. As for the unchanged appearance, Han Li didn't find it particularly strange. After all, the lower 3 realms of the Reversal Star Alliance contained divine treasures known as Time Murmur Stones, which could be used to restore the youth of the Earth's body to help a person rebuild their foundation at least twice. Han Li's expression changed for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He casually strolled past the Hall of 6 Links as if nothing had happened. True Man Myo and another elderly man in yellow robes only glanced at Han Li briefly. Although they were somewhat surprised that the thin old man Han Li disguised himself as had a high cultivation level, they didn't think much of it. Leading the other 4 foundation establishment cultivators, they walked straight towards the city center. Han Li also continued walking without looking back, seemingly just passing by the shops of the Hall of 6 Links. At this moment, True Man Myo and the elderly man in yellow robes exchanged a few words using sound transmission techniques, their lips moving but no sound audible. They began discussing something quietly. Han Li's figure hesitated slightly as he turned his back on the 2 men, but he quickly resumed his calm demeanor and distanced himself from True Man Myo and the others. After turning a corner, Han Li entered a rather majestic attic. It wasn't until an hour later, escorted respectfully by a shopkeeper-like cultivator, that he emerged. Instead of leaving immediately, he entered another nearby shop. When Han Li walked out of the 5th shop, he had collected over 100 high-grade spirit stones exchanged for treasures, ancient relics, and rare materials. However, as he emerged this time, he suddenly noticed several unidentified foundation establishment cultivators nearby. They appeared nonchalant, but their eyes betrayed a hint of suspicion. Han Li sneered coldly. He immediately abandoned his original plan and swaggered out of the market, eventually walking out of the stone city on foot. Most of those cultivators activated concealment spells and followed Han Li out of the city gates, but soon they exchanged puzzled glances. Because Han Li, who had clearly been under their spiritual sense surveillance just moments ago, inexplicably vanished in front of their eyes. There was no sign of any escaping light nearby. These cultivators were naturally thrown into confusion. Some were sent by shops to track Han Li, while others had noticed his frequent visits to various shops, each time being respectfully escorted by the shopkeepers. Intrigued, they decided to follow him on their own initiative. Although Han Li disguised himself as a late Foundation establishment stage cultivator, under the temptation of significant benefits, these cultivators were not inclined to hold back. Some had even discussed joining forces beforehand. However, Han Li's mysterious disappearance left these cultivators dumbfounded. After searching the vicinity for a while, they returned to the Stone City in frustration. Not long after these people left, a flash of green light appeared in the sky above the place where Han Li disappeared, and a blurry figure emerged. Soon after, the light on the figure's body converged, revealing Han Li with his original appearance. Han Li glanced at the Stone City from above, a smirk playing on his lips. If he hadn't suddenly changed plans and didn't want to alert the nascent soul cultivators in the city before, he wouldn't have allowed these cultivators who followed him to leave alive. They hadn't seen through Han Li's concealment techniques, which was extremely lucky for them. Otherwise, Han Li wouldn't hesitate to wipe out these Foundation establishment cultivators with a wave of his hand. Surveying the area from high above, Han Li identified a direction and turned into a streak of green light, flying off. Moments later, the green light descended into a mountain hollow between two small mountains encircling a small city. This place was filled with the fragrance of birds and flowers, exceptionally quiet, and shrouded in thick mountain mist that refused to disperse. Han Li scanned his surroundings briefly before nodding slightly. Raising his hand, a stack of colorful array flags appeared. After emitting dozens of rays of light, they disappeared into the surroundings. Immediately, a layer of white mist rapidly emerged from the ground and merged with the water mist in the mountain hollow, becoming indistinguishable from each other. Han Li submerged himself in the mist, using his concealment array. Reaching for a spirit beast pouch at his waist, Han Li caused a buzzing sound to resonate loudly. Countless devouring gold insects swarmed out of the pouch, forming a golden cloud floating before him. Han Li crossed his legs and began murmuring incantations. His body started emitting faint blue spiritual light. With a loud boom, the swarm of insects transformed into countless golden flowers that shot off in all directions. Almost simultaneously, Han Li abruptly opened his eyes. Initially crystalline, his eyes inexplicably dimmed. This was the divine sense thousand-fold technique Han Li had used once in the Devil Fall Valley, a divine ability he had comprehended using the Great Yan scriptures. It allowed him to split most of his divine sense into thousands of tiny spiritual perceptions, attaching temporarily to each devouring gold insect like 1,000 extra eyes and ears. While similar in appearance to the technique he had previously used to attach spiritual senses to spiritual objects, The divine sense thousand-fold technique was fundamentally different. One method split most of his divine sense into countless small perceptions, using the devouring gold insect senses for exploration and investigation beyond the scope of his personal spiritual sense, which required direct control by his nascent soul to be effective within a certain range. Otherwise, his spiritual sense would automatically withdraw. The other was to independently attach divine sense to spiritual objects, allowing the attached divine sense to be commanded flexibly as pre-instructed, without interference from the nascent soul. It could even directly command spiritual insects or beasts refined by the caster, to some extent, similar to the art of incarnation. As long as the attachment time was not too long, it could even be done regardless of how far away from the cast. Divine sense thousand-fold techniques are hard to use unless spiritual sense is inconvenient, which feels quite a bit of a pity. The spiritual object was the spiritual beast, seems be different. Chapter 1141, Ambush. All around was silent, with not a soul in sight in the darkness. The cultivators shouted angrily, immediately sensing danger. With a cold snort, they prepared to cast spells to flush out their unseen assailant. But just then, a faint buzzing sound echoed from all directions, growing louder and faster as if rapidly approaching. The cultivators' hearts skipped a beat, widening their eyes in alarm. Moments later, specks of golden light emerged in the darkness, each light enveloping a golden beetle. More and more appeared, surrounding them densely at the center. The masked cultivator among them stirred uneasily. Even the leaders among them were secretly astonished, especially the one who had previously battled a similar spirit insect. He knew well the trouble these creatures posed, and facing so many at once was far from easy. The face under the cloak turned dark as he scanned around with his spiritual sense, trying to uncover the mastermind behind these insects. Yet, no matter how hard he searched, the opponent's invisible presence remained elusive, leaving him unable to detect any anomaly. This realization sank his heart. It meant either their opponent possessed a rare technique to conceal themselves, or their cultivation far surpassed theirs. Neither scenario boded well. Since you've trapped us with these insects, surely you must have a reason. Another masked cultivator, wielding a jade hammer, shouted harshly. His treasure trembled with green light. He, easy to meet me. I'll be there shortly. My dear friend Taoist Myro, I've come just for you this time. How could I not greet you? Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed from the darkness, followed by a calm male voice from all directions, seeming distant. Named Han, who are you, Taoist, and when have I offended you? The masked cultivator's face twitched as he revealed a young face beneath, dressed in Taoist robes filled with surprise. It was none other than the Mayo, true immortal after possession. Beside him, the cultivator in white silk revealed himself, the elderly man who had accompanied Mayo during the day. His expression was dark as he scrutinized the darkness in the distance. As for the disciples behind them, They were naturally disciples of these two unioning stage cultivators. They couldn't understand why these people had left the Biling Island at such a quiet night and still looked sneaky. Hearing Mayo's inquiry, a burst of unknown laughter came from all directions, followed by a sudden silence, indicating no intention of answering. This left them all exchanging glances. "Friend Mayo, is this person your enemy?" The old man in yellow robes frowned and asked the Taoist. After all, according to what the other said, it seemed to be looking for revenge against Mayo, making him somewhat hesitant. "I don't know. I don't remember having any impression of someone surnamed Han as an enemy," Mayo said, shaking his dust pan, his face expressionless. But in his heart, he was extremely suspicious. He couldn't recall having such a powerful opponent. "I understand this naturally, but this person obviously is also a unioning cultivator. How could I not remember such an enemy as Han?" Mayo, he muttered to himself for a while, sinking into meditation. Then, after a brief delay, the sound of breaking through the night came from the black sky, followed by a dazzling blue rainbow from the distant sky. After a few flashes, a young man in a blue robe came out. This person looked at Mayo and others, sneering a few times. "Right, it's not in vain that I spent my mind waiting here for a long time. You guys really intend to go to Biling Island. You voluntarily hand over the spirit stones on your body, or let me take them myself." The young man was indifferent, treating Mayo and the yellow-robed old man, the two early unioning cultivators, as if they were nothing. But Mayo and the others sensed the terrible pressure from the opponent, far exceeding their own cultivation, likely a middle unioning stage cultivator. Moreover, he revealed their secret trip as soon as he opened his mouth, further shocking them. "Friend Mayo, is this your acquaintance?" The yellow-robed old man was surprised and angry, seeing that Mayo he seemed to recognize the person, and asked in a calm tone. Since the other party had no reservations and a battle was unavoidable, and they couldn't avoid involvement, it was best to first clarify the origins of the other party. Although the other was a middle unioning cultivator, with the two of them joining forces, they shouldn't be too afraid of each other. At this time, Han Li, who floated in the air, clasped his hands and sneered. "Friend Huang, this person is the one who got the vast sky ding years ago. Unexpectedly, I haven't seen each other in years, and the other party has actually condensed the Yuan Wying." Mayo opened his mouth and remembered the matter back then, finally recognizing Han Li, with an unbelievable look on his face, as if he had seen a ghost during the day. "Friend Mayo, do you recognize this person? What's the origin of the other party?" The yellow-robed old man was shocked and angry, and as soon as he saw that Mayo he seemed to recognize the Duke, he was quite calm. At this time, Han Li appeared in front of the two in the distance, and he was so aggressive that his mind was shaken, but he didn't have time to think, and he was under pressure. "Bad, we forget. He can listen to our transmission." The yellow-robed old man looked at a change in the mirror. A strange scene unfolded. As soon as the white threads touched the purple flames, They stopped abruptly, as if hit by a heavy blow, revealing needle-thin, misty white cow hairs. With a wave of Han Li's arm, the purple flames around him surged a foot high, instantly engulfing the fine needles. The needles flashed with purple light, encased in layers of purple ice, losing their spiritual essence and falling to the ground. The green jade hammer that also attacked was casually swept aside by Han Li's sleeve. With a flash of purple light, the hammer was thrown back as if struck by a massive force, rolling away. The panicked real person Myro frantically performed a spell to stop it, but it was futile. Instead, the hammer was instantly encased in purple ice. The Taoist's face turned extremely grim. At this moment, the elderly man in yellow robes could hardly believe his eyes. The treasured weapon he heavily relied on was broken so easily. It was unbelievable. Seeing Han Li rushing towards him through the purple flames, the elderly man panicked and shook his sleeve, sending out a silver wheel. But Han Li moved like the wind, and before the silver wheel could even flicker twice, it was split in half by a flash of golden light, falling silently to the ground. The elderly man's pupils shrank, and with a flash of yellow light in his mouth, he prepared to spit out his life-bound magical treasure. But in that moment of hesitation, Han Li gave a sinister smile, and his arm blurred, disappearing before his eyes. Almost simultaneously, the elderly man felt a cold grip on his neck. A chilling hand had eerily grasped it, and a flash of purple light severed the connection with his treasure. La. Terrified, the elderly man barely had time to scream before his entire body was encased in purple ice spreading from his neck, immobilizing him completely. His face, frozen in crystal ice, was filled with an expression of utmost fear. Han Li sneered, lifting the ice sculpture with one hand, and coldly gazed at the remaining individuals. The four-core formation cultivators, knowing they couldn't intervene in a nascent soul battle, had long released their protective treasures and watched anxiously from a distance. Seeing the elderly man subdued in an instant, they exchanged glances and fled, transforming into streaks of light. However, Han Li's main target, real person Mayo, fled even faster than the four-core formation cultivators. The moment the elderly man was captured, real person Mayo was utterly horrified, realizing Han Li's abilities far exceeded his imagination. Knowing he had no chance alone, he decisively transformed into a green streak, shooting towards the stone city. The old Taoist worried the golden beetles scattered around might entangle him, but these spirit insects remained motionless, allowing him to escape unimpeded. Overjoyed, Mayo sped away without hesitation, quickly covering over 100 feet. Han Li, seeing this, didn't pursue. Instead, he flicked his sleeve towards the four-core formation cultivators, sending out 4 beams of golden light. In an instant, they caught up with the fleeing cultivators. Screams followed. The four-core formation cultivators and their protective treasures were enveloped in golden light, raining blood and dropping destroyed remains from the sky. Hanli then glanced at the almost vanished light of Mayo, sneering. Without chasing, he raised his arm, and with a burst of thunder, golden arcs emerged, forming a net around the ice sculpture. Under the flashing electricity, the ice sculpture shattered, revealing a tiny yellow nascent soul identical to the elderly man's visage. Panicking, the nascent soul quickly performed a spell, but a booming sound from the golden net thwarted its teleportation, unable to penetrate the ward of the divine lightning. Without a word, Hanli grabbed the golden net, shrinking it until it turned into a golden ball imprisoning the nascent soul. With a flick of his wrist, several talismans adhered to the nascent soul, sealing its spiritual power. Ignoring the nascent soul, Hanli squinted towards the direction Mayo had fled. By now, Mayo, who was several hundred feet away, his speed almost lightning fast with his quickly flowing mana. Yet, fearing Hanli's pursuit, he kept glancing back. Seeing nothing but darkness behind, Mayo relaxed slightly but maintained his speed, preparing to activate a green talisman in his hand. Unbeknownst to Mayo, as he turned back, a faint silver light and a green figure appeared behind his escape light. This figure, floating ghost-like, kept pace with Mayo. It was Hanli's human-shaped puppet released earlier. The Taoist, unaware, focused on the talisman. The puppet raised its hand, silently striking with a silver fist. With a crisp sound, Mayo's red shield shattered like paper, the silver fist piercing his back, breaking his protective light. Realizing the danger too late, Mayo couldn't react. With a squelch, the fist emerged from Mayo's chest, leaving a gaping, bloody hole. Mayo screamed, his body collapsing lifelessly. The puppet coldly rubbed its hands and cast a silver net, capturing Mayo. An hour later, Hanli, leisurely descending a nearby mountain, saw a silver light approaching and smiled. With a thud, the silver net covered, talisman-bound Mayo who was thrown at Hanli's feet. The human-shaped puppet stood behind Hanli. Hanli glanced at the bloodied, half-dead Mayo, a half-smile on his face. 2 hours later, a green streak silently flew from Thunder Sky Island, disappearing into the horizon. Inside the light, Hanli pondered over 2 green storage bags in his hand. The bags, taken from Mayo and the elderly man, each contained hundreds of high-grade spirit stones meant for the Azure Spirit Island. Mayo, seemingly aligned with other island forces, had secretly allied with the Reverse Star Alliance, intending to control nearby islands with their support. Thunder Sky Island was one of his targets. The high-grade spirit stones sold on Thunder Sky Island by Mayo's sect were secretly mined by Reverse Star Alliance cultivators on Azure Spirit Island, supporting Mayo's power expansion on Thunder Sky Island. The elderly man was another nascent soul loose cultivator bought by the Reverse Star Alliance, holding a position similar to Mayo's. Both had received an urgent command to gather their spirit stones and rush to Azure Spirit Island for an important task requiring their power and stones, avoiding other cultivators' attention. This strange command, combined with the elderly man's proximity to Thunder Sky Island, led them to meet and travel together. However, they were overheard by Han Li, who understood their alliance with the Reverse Star Alliance and their possession of many spirit stones, prompting him to intercept them. Already harboring a grudge against Mayo and bearing a vendetta against the Reverse Star Alliance, Han Li didn't hesitate. Using the secret art of 1,000 spirits, he released thousands of gold-devouring beetles to monitor them. That night, he intercepted them, easily overpowering the two nascent soul cultivators with his superior skills. Having achieved his goal, Han Li was ready to return to the inner star sea. But during his soul search of Mayo and the elderly man, he discovered that Extreme Yin Patriarch, one of his greatest enemies, was nearby on Azure Spirit Island as a Reverse Star Alliance elder guarding a mine. Han Li's hatred for Extreme Yin Patriarch, who nearly killed him years ago, drove him to seek revenge. He was confident he could infiltrate the island, kill Extreme Yin Patriarch unnoticed, and leave without alerting anyone. With this plan, Han Li headed straight for Azure Spirit Island. 3 days later, Han Li reached the waters near Azure Spirit Island. Chapter 1143, Yin Fiend Blood Corpse. Thunder Sky Island was not small, but compared to Azure Spirit Island, it was insignificant. Suspended in the void dozens of miles from Azure Spirit Island, Han Li looked at the giant island in the distance. It seemed almost as large as Sky Star City. The island lacked the dense buildings and towering sacred mountains of Sky Star City, but it had several high stone peaks, each nearly 10,000 feet tall, remarkably high. More astonishingly, these peaks were incredibly steep, smooth, and barren, resembling giant stone pillars reaching the sky. From the waist of the mountains upwards, they disappeared into the clouds. Han Li paid little attention to these features. What caught his eye was that not only the peaks but the entire island lacked any greenery. The island was covered in grayish-white tones, with no spiritual energy fluctuations detected. It seemed like a lifeless mountain, devoid of spiritual veins. Han Li felt puzzled. The island was supposed to have massive spirit stone veins. How could it lack even a single spiritual vein? Typically, spiritual mines are accompanied by spiritual veins. Places with spiritual veins gradually produce spirit stone mines, and vice versa. Han Li had imagined an island with high-grade spirit stone mines would have an extremely rare and excellent spiritual vein. But the current situation left him speechless. However, thinking it over, Han Li smiled wryly. If such a large island had an easily discovered spiritual vein, the high-grade spirit stone mine would have been unearthed by ancient cultivators long ago. The island must have some hidden mechanism concealing the spiritual veins' fluctuations. With this thought, Han Li felt relieved. He glanced at the midday sun, knowing it was easier to move at night despite his excellent stealth techniques. He circled the nearby sea area, found an exposed reef, and landed to meditate. Hours later, as night fell, Han Li opened his eyes, gleaming with sharp light. He activated his light technique and flew towards the island, using a secret method to make his light nearly invisible. In the time it takes to eat a meal, Han Li approached the giant island. Knowing the layout from soul-searching Mayo and the others, he stealthily infiltrated the island, heading towards a large stone peak. Along the way, Han Li encountered many hidden restrictions and numerous concealed guards. The closer he got to the peak, the stricter the security. But with his current abilities, these restrictions and low-level cultivators were insignificant. He easily bypassed them, unnoticed. A faint green light, moving unobstructed, reached the core area of the Reverse Star Alliance, finally arriving before the massive stone peak. The green light faded, revealing Han Li's figure. He did not advance further immediately, but looked up at the stone peak, pondering. His eyes suddenly gleamed blue, revealing a faint blue light curtain covering the peak, a powerful restriction. Han Li frowned. Such a large formation restriction couldn't be easily bypassed with secret techniques. However, this wouldn't stop him. The blue gleam in his eyes faded, and he flipped his hand, summoning a three-colored flame, his three flames fan. Though it might alarm the guards, Han Li didn't mind. He could deal with them if needed. Finding Extreme Yin Patriarch wouldn't be difficult, and after eliminating him, no one on the island could stop Han Li. As Han Li prepared to break the restriction, he suddenly sensed something, retracting his fan with a surprised expression. He disappeared just as several streaks of light approached from the horizon, heading straight for the stone peak. Moments later, the lights arrived, revealing three figures. A white-haired but youthful-looking mid-nascent soul cultivator, and two pale-faced men in thin white robes, exuding an eerie aura. The white-haired cultivator, familiar with the restriction, sent a red transmission talisman into the blue light curtain, which soon opened, allowing them to enter. An unnoticed faint green shadow followed the last white-robed man inside. Within the light curtain, several respectful cultivators awaited the white-haired man. "Senior Fei, you're here. Elder Tang is busy with urgent matters and requests you rest in the guest pavilion tonight. You will meet with the other seniors tomorrow in the Cloud Hall," said a respectful, middle-aged core formation cultivator. "Is that so? First, I was urgently summoned, and now I'm told to wait until tomorrow. Is Elder Tang toying with me?" The white-haired man responded coldly. "Absolutely not. Elder Tang is indeed preoccupied, not intending to neglect you," the middle-aged man hastily explained. "Fine, I'll deal with him tomorrow. How many others have arrived? The final meeting is tomorrow, correct?" The white-haired man shifted topics. "Except for Senior Mayo from Thunder Sky Island and Senior Huang from Tianmeng Island, all others have arrived," the middle-aged man answered honestly. "Mayo has been timid since his physical body was destroyed. He'll likely arrive with Huang Kun. Being late is not unusual," the white-haired man sneered. The middle-aged man dared not comment on nascent soul cultivators. As the white-haired man prepared to speak, one of the pale men behind him moved suddenly, stretching like a snake and biting a nearby Foundation establishment cultivator's neck, drinking his blood. The nearby Foundation establishment cultivators retreated in fear, some hurriedly drawing protective artifacts. Why panic? It's just my corpse feeding, the white-haired man snapped, calming the guards. He summoned a blood-scented pill, feeding it to the other pale man, who swallowed it and stood still. The blood-drinking man continued until his victim shrank to a withered husk. The white-haired man watched coldly, only intervening when the guard was reduced to a dwarf, then incinerated the remains with a blood-colored flame. "Take me to the guest pavilion," the white-haired man ordered indifferently, as if nothing had happened. "Yes, Senior." "Follow me," the middle-aged man replied nervously, leading the white-haired man and his corpses to the stone peak, disappearing into the clouds. The remaining guards sighed in relief, visibly shaken. Unbeknownst to them, a hidden figure observed everything from above. A yin fiend blood corpse. Who would dare refine such a dangerous creature? "They risk their lives," Han Li murmured, recognizing the white-haired cultivator's magic. The Yin Sha blood corpse was recorded in the corpse refining techniques that Han Li obtained from Old Devil Kyan. Although the exact refining method was not provided, it mentioned that while the blood corpse was immensely powerful, the refining process was exceedingly sinister. It was said that to refine a blood corpse, one had to use a body with the same bloodline as oneself to suppress the backlash with the power of the bloodline. During the refining process, the spirit of the corpse's owner would be permanently trapped within the body, unable to reincarnate. Although cultivators generally do not value familial bonds as much as mortals, such a cold-blooded and cruel act was beyond what most could endure. Interestingly, even those ruthless enough to refine such blood corpses met with miserable ends, none enjoying their full lifespans. As a result, despite the envious power of the blood corpses, few dared to attempt their refinement. Today, even fewer knew the method. Not even advanced cultivators like Old Devil Kyan, who practiced the Five Sons demon heart technique, knew the specifics of the refinement. Han Li recognized the two Yin Sha blood corpses beside the white-haired cultivator, unable to conceal his surprise. However, regardless of the white-haired cultivator's background or ruthlessness, as long as he did not interfere with Han Li, he couldn't care less. After hovering silently in the air for a moment, Han Li flew towards the upper half of the stone peak. Although he had searched the souls of Miao He and his companion, they only knew that Jai Yin resided on the stone peak, but not his exact location, making the search quite cumbersome. He easily subdued a Foundation establishment guard on the mountain, and with a forceful soul search, obtained the information he needed. Learning that Patriarch Jai Yin was indeed at his residence, Han Li was overjoyed. He turned the guard into a pile of ash and flew straight to the peak. The top of the stone peak was very spacious, but there were not many buildings. Apart from some isolated large halls and pavilions, it was quite empty. This was not surprising. While there were many high-level cultivators on the island, there were almost no low-level cultivators below the Foundation establishment stage. Thus, the combined number of Reverse Star Alliance cultivators on the island was no more than 500 to 600. Such a number of Foundation establishment and above cultivators was already a formidable force. Not to mention, there were several nascent soul cultivators simultaneously stationed here. Han Li concealed his figure and quietly approached a grand pavilion. The pavilion appeared quite imposing, 5 stories high and getting wider towards the bottom, occupying hundreds of feet at its base, resembling a conical stone tower. The entire structure was made of a strange black stone, emitting a black-gray aura, giving off a somber feeling. After a glance at the pavilion nearly enveloped in the black-gray aura, Han Li sneered. With a flick of his hand, a giant blade of purple flame slashed down, parting the aura and creating a clear path. Without hesitation, Han Li turned into a streak of green light and shot inside. "Who's there?" As soon as Han Li entered the pavilion's entrance, a startled voice sounded, and a beam of black light rushed towards him. Within it, a middle-aged cultivator's figure could be faintly seen. Seeing that this person was not Jai Yin, Han Li ignored him. With a wave of his sleeve, a sword light over 10 feet long shot out, disappearing midway. The middle-aged cultivator in the black light was shocked, trying to spit out a treasure, but it was too late. With a flash of golden light, the sword light appeared above his head and slashed down in a lightning-fast arc. A miserable scream echoed as the cultivator was instantly sliced into 7 or 8 pieces, his nascent soul shredded by the golden light before it could escape. Han Li glanced at the remains with a cold expression. Clearly, this was a core formation cultivator, likely a disciple of Patriarch Jai Yin based on his techniques. With a flick of his finger, a red fireball emerged, and with a poof, high-temperature flames incinerated the remains. Han Li turned his head towards the stairs, his eyes flickering. It was surprising that he hadn't alerted Patriarch Jai Yin yet. He released his divine sense to scan the upper floors of the pavilion. After a moment, he revealed a strange expression. The upper floors were completely empty, without a single person. It seemed this large pavilion was only guarded by the slain core formation cultivator. Could Patriarch Jai Yin have left the pavilion early? Han Li felt a bit frustrated. He stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before his eyes gleamed, and his divine sense scanned underground. Instantly, he smiled. Without hesitation, he produced a 2-colored jade ruyi from his waist, and with a gentle wave, a yellow barrier surrounded him. Then, he twisted his body and drilled into the ground. The first floor hall became empty once more. Under his earth escape technique, Han Li drilled down several dozen feet before encountering a gray barrier and a black stone wall. Without hesitation, he slashed at the barrier with a purple flame. With a tearing sound, a small crack appeared in the gray barrier. Han Li twisted his body, transforming into a blue thread and slipping through the half-foot-wide crack. When his feet touched a clean stone stairway, he found himself in a downward-sloping passage, surrounded by smooth black stone. With a cold gaze, Han Li scanned the area. His eyes narrowed as he released his divine sense to probe down the passage. To his surprise, his divine sense was immediately repelled after a few dozen feet by an invisible force. The passage below had a restriction blocking divine sense. This piqued Han Li's curiosity. Such a restriction was complex and costly, something even nascent soul cultivators would rarely set up. This was supposedly a temporary residence for the old devil, making such a grand setup puzzling. With a hint of curiosity, Han Li continued down the passage. The stairway was much longer than he anticipated, stretching hundreds of feet downward without an end in sight, resembling a bottomless pit. Han Li frowned, starting to have second thoughts. But as he descended a short distance further, an intense spiritual energy surged up. He was shocked and instinctively halted. This spiritual energy was incredibly pure, far beyond ordinary top-grade spirit veins. After taking a deep breath, his expression shifted multiple times before he retreated several feet. Just a few steps back, the spiritual energy vanished completely. "There's indeed something strange here," Han Li muttered, regaining his composure. His eyes swept the area before suddenly raising his hand and clawing at the stone wall. His fingers, glowing with cold light, dug into the black stone as if it were tofu, pulling out a large chunk. Behind the black stone was a layer of pale green stone. Han Li retracted his hand, scrutinizing the large chunk of green stone. It looked no different from ordinary green stone. Raising an eyebrow, he crushed a corner of the stone, reducing it to powder. Almost simultaneously, blue light flickered in his eyes as he activated his spiritual vision. What is this? He finally noticed something unusual. Among the green stone powder were tiny silver particles glinting faintly. Of course, this glint was only visible under Han Li's spiritual vision. Although he couldn't immediately identify these silver particles, Han Li understood they were likely responsible for trapping the spiritual energy within the stone peak. This explained why the spirit stone mine on the island had gone unnoticed by ancient cultivators and sea demons. Having found the cause, Han Li didn't linger and continued down the stairs. Judging by the sudden surge of pure spiritual energy, Jai Yin shouldn't be far. Indeed, after descending another 60 feet, he spotted a white light at a corner ahead, accompanied by faint voices. Could Jai Yin not be alone? Han Li's eyes narrowed in curiosity. But with his current abilities, he wouldn't fear even if the voices included renowned figures like Liu Dao or Wan Sango. Unperturbed, he flashed around the corner. A room entrance appeared, the stone door ajar, revealing a faint white glow inside. With a cold sneer, Han Li flicked his fingers, and 2 beams of golden light slashed the stone door into 4 pieces. In a flash, he stepped into the room, his gaze sweeping the corner. There, a black-robed cultivator with narrow eyes stood, hands clasped behind his back, mouth agape, staring at Han Li in shock. It was none other than Patriarch Jai Yin. In front of Jai Yin, on a stone platform, floated a ball of black fire enveloping a golden-skinned nascent soul. Jai Yin was torturing the nascent soul with the fire, and there was no one else in the room. Han Li. Jai Yin's shock quickly turned to delight as he recognized Han Li. His desire for the void sky cauldron had not waned. Without hesitation, he shook his sleeve, releasing a surge of black magic mist that formed a giant black serpent, which lunged at Han Li. Han Li sneered, raising his hand. Thunder rumbled as his arm was enveloped in golden arcs of lightning, dazzlingly bright. With a simple wave, the golden lightning arcs transformed into a golden lightning dragon, charging straight at the black serpent. With a thunderous roar, the lightning dragon collided with the black serpent, which disintegrated into black smoke instantly. The lightning dragon, undeterred, continued towards Jai Yin. Jai Yin's face paled, hurriedly summoning a black shield to block the attack. However, the golden lightning dragon effortlessly pierced through the shield, shattering it into fragments. The dragon struck Jai Yin's chest directly. Jai Yin let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was enveloped in lightning, turning his robes to ash. His entire body was charred black, evidently dead. Han Li spread his fingers, and a golden electric dragon rushed out from his arm, colliding with the ferocious black serpent. Heavenly lightning of exorcism. Upon seeing this, Patriarch Jai Yin was shocked and hurriedly attempted to cast another spell, but it was too late. The golden dragon pounced on the black serpent, and with a thunderous roar, the black serpent was wrapped in countless golden arcs and disintegrated in an instant. The exorcism power of the heavenly lightning was no joke. With a furious expression, Jai Yin slapped his storage bag at his waist. A loud buzzing sound erupted, and a blood-colored light, several feet long, shot out from the bag, transforming into a blood-red long knife that slashed towards Han Li's head. Before the blade reached him, a strong scent of blood assailed his senses. Han Li's face darkened. He raised his neck and spat out a small golden sword. With a clanging sound, the golden and blood-colored lights intertwined. The blood knife emitted a mournful cry and was cut in two by the golden sword, with the remnants falling to the ground. Impossible. Jai Yin's face changed drastically as he snapped out of his earlier delight. In the stone chamber, the restriction on divine sense was ineffective. After a brief hesitation, he used his divine sense to scan Han Li. Seeing that Han Li no longer concealed his cultivation, Jai Yin's face grew more astonished. Initially stunned, then bewildered, and finally disbelieving, Jai Yin's face turned pale as his divine sense confirmed Han Li's cultivation level multiple times. You're already at the late nascent soul stage. Jai Yin spat out each word with difficulty, sweat dripping down his back. HMPH, knowing this changes nothing. Being ignorant might have been better for you. But since you pursued me relentlessly for the void sky cauldron, it's fitting that you die under its power, Han Li said coldly, recalling past events and letting his killing intent rise. He opened his mouth, and a small, ancient-looking cauldron appeared with a swirl of blue light. It was none other than the void sky cauldron. Despite being stunned by Han Li's sudden advancement, Jai Yin immediately sensed the danger and wouldn't sit idly by. Gritting his teeth, he spun in place, releasing a thick black mist that filled the chamber, accompanied by ghostly wails and looming ghostly shadows. In desperation, Jai Yin fully activated his dark yin demon art and summoned his 18 refined corpses, but hesitated to attack Han Li directly with his demonic energy. Han Li coldly smiled, his spiritual vision penetrating the dark mist. Without wasting words, he pointed at the void sky cauldron. The cauldron emitted a green light, releasing countless fine threads that formed a giant green net over the chamber. Jai Yin shivered in fear, hastily chanting incantations. Dark figures emerged from the mist, with the 18 corpses lunging at the green net, trying to tear it apart. Han Li remained expressionless, but flicked his finger at the cauldron. With a soft clang, the green net's light intensified, and blue flames erupted on its surface, forming numerous blue firebirds that dived at the corpses. The corpses didn't even have time to scream before turning into ice sculptures and shattering. The green net trembled, sending a barrage of blue fireballs towards the dark mist below. The black mist roiled, transforming into countless black snakes that pounced at the fireballs. The fireballs exploded, releasing blue mist that filled the chamber, freezing everything it touched. The snakes turned to ice and shattered, while the remaining demonic energy dissipated, revealing Jai Yin. In this situation, Jai Yin couldn't hold out for long. Knowing the dire circumstances, Jai Yin let out a piercing scream, spitting out a pitch-black bead. He bit his tongue, spraying blood onto the bead, which transformed into a black flame enveloping him. This was his trump card, the heavenly corpse fire. Regaining some confidence, Jai Yin soared towards the chamber exit, trying to escape. The heavenly corpse fire indeed had formidable power, resisting the blue mist and allowing Jai Yin to nearly reach the exit. Han Li's face remained unchanged as he activated his treasure control technique. Suddenly, green light flashed at the stone door, sealing the exit with countless green threads. "Ah!" Jai Yin exclaimed in dismay. At that moment, a chill descended from above, and Jai Yin looked up to see a massive blue ice lotus forming on the green net, radiating a beautiful yet deadly blue light. "No," Jai Yin cried, trying to dodge. But green threads shot from the floor, wrapping around his legs and immobilizing him as they climbed up his body. The black flames on Jai Yin's body couldn't harm the green threads, which continued to bind him. Simultaneously, the blue ice lotus descended slowly. Jai Yin's heart filled with dread. Despite his desperate attempts to drive out other treasures to resist the lotus, it was futile. The blue lotus flames overwhelmed the black corpse fire, freezing Jai Yin into a huge blue ice block, his terrified expression preserved. Han Li had not moved from his spot, using only the void sky cauldron. Seeing Jai Yin frozen, he coldly laughed and flicked the cauldron. The green threads retracted, and Han Li reabsorbed the cauldron, turning his gaze to the ice block with a faint smile but cold eyes. Han Li's body flickered, appearing before the ice block, and he released over 10 golden swords, aiming to shatter Jai Yin. Wait, Taoist Han. This person exterminated my entire clan. Could you allow me to personally kill him? A familiar voice called from a corner of the chamber. Han Li halted his swords and looked over, seeing a small golden fist break through the thick ice, followed by a golden nascent soul emerging and staring directly at Han Li. Chapter 1146 Exchange. Man Husey. Han Li finally noticed the appearance of the nascent soul and couldn't help but be stunned. If he remembered correctly, Man Husey's lifespan was nearing its end many years ago. Nearly 200 years had passed, and he should have long since passed away. How was his nascent soul still in existence and in the hands of the extreme Yin ancestor? Curious, Han Li refrained from immediately attacking the extreme Yin ancestor. Instead, he carefully observed Man Husey's nascent soul. Suddenly, Han Li raised his hand and grabbed into the air. A large cyan hand appeared above the nascent soul, lightening fast. With a quick grab, the nascent soul was forcefully captured in his grasp. The 5 cyan fingers shimmered with spiritual light, rendering the nascent soul completely immobile. Fellow Taoist Han, there's no need to be so cautious. In my current state, I can't even perform teleportation anymore. Where else could I possibly escape to? Man Husey's nascent soul showed no signs of struggling. HMPH, that may be so, but I never expected you to survive until now. Back in the Void Temple, you harbored ill intentions towards me. Now you've come out voluntarily, do you want me to send you on your way? Han Li's expression darkened. Fellow Taoist has already advanced to the later stage of nascent soul. If you want to bring up the matter of the Void Temple, naturally you have the right to say such things. But back then, Brother Han was just a mere foundation establishment cultivator. I didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Even if fellow Taoist doesn't take action, just now I exhausted the last of my spiritual energy trying to break free. I can't stay in this world for long. Man Husey's nascent soul appeared fearless. That's true. In your weakened state, it's indeed imminent that your nascent soul will collapse. I'm not one to act without reason. Although you were disrespectful and coercive towards me in the past, the dragon scale armor you gave me once saved my life. I won't kick you while you're down. Consider us even. After a moment of silence, Han Li said something unexpected to Man Husey. I didn't give you the dragon scale armor with the intention of helping you. Back then, I just wanted to use your demonic beasts to obtain treasures. You don't need to remember that. Man Husey was taken aback and then smiled bitterly. I don't care what your intentions were back then. The fact that the dragon scale armor saved my life once is enough. But don't expect me to intervene to save you now. You're on your own, Han Li said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the cyan hand dissipated, freeing Man Husey's nascent soul. Then Han Li turned his gaze back to the giant ice block beside him. Fellow Taoist Han, the extreme yin ancestor and I have a deep hatred. Can you hand him over to me for disposal so that I can fulfill my wish before I die? Man Husey's nascent soul took a deep breath and stared at the extreme yin ancestor frozen in ice, reiterating his previous request. The grudge between extreme yin and me is not small. I will take care of him personally. There's no need for you to intervene. Han Li didn't even turn his head, rejecting the request outright. I'm willing to exchange some rare materials from my collection, along with my secret technique manuals, in exchange for this opportunity. Man Husey's desperation forced him to reveal his exchange offer without any pretense. Han Li glanced at the nascent soul and suddenly smiled. What exactly are your intentions, Man Taoist? Just say it. I don't believe you're willing to pay such a high price just for revenge. If you honestly tell me the whole story and it doesn't involve me, I might agree to this. Also, I'm curious about why you haven't passed away yet and how you fell into the hands of the extreme yin ancestor. I hope Man Taoist can enlighten me, Han Li said leisurely. Upon hearing this, Man Husey's nascent soul hesitated, and the anxious expression faded from his face. All right, there's nothing to keep secret. I'll tell you everything. Man Husey sighed deeply, finally making up his mind. I'm all ears, Han Li said calmly. With a sweep of his sleeve towards the ice block, all the golden flying swords were swept back in a burst of green light, disappearing into his sleeve. To be honest, fellow Taoist Han should know that over 100 years ago, my lifespan was almost at its end. Even with some life-prolonging elixirs obtained from the Void Temple, they were just drops in the bucket. The reason my nascent soul can still exist until now is because the extreme yin used a malicious secret technique to forcefully stimulate the potential of my nascent soul, barely allowing me to survive in this world. As a price for prolonging my life, when my spiritual power is completely exhausted, my nascent soul will dissipate, and my soul will no longer have the possibility of reincarnation. Man Husey gritted his teeth. Listening to this, Han Li didn't say anything more. He knew the other party wouldn't just talk nonsense. Sure enough, Man Husey continued without prompting. Back when I obtained the heavenly replenishing pill from the Void Temple and left, I enjoyed a carefree life for a while. No one bothered me for a mere pill. But good times didn't last long. When my lifespan was about to end, this bastard Liu Dao blocked my retreat and demanded that I give him my body after my death for his demonic cultivation. Naturally, I refused and ended up heavily injured by his 6 extremes true demon art. Luckily, my cultivation was not weak, so I used a secret technique in time to escape. But on the way, I unexpectedly ran into this old thief, Extreme Yin. He's very sinister. As soon as he realized I was severely injured, he immediately attacked. We fought for 3 days and nights. In the end, due to my injuries, my physical body was destroyed, and my nascent soul fell into his hands. This old demon coveted some of my collections and the heavenly replenishing pill, so he kept me imprisoned and interrogated me, which has continued to this day. Interrogation. Didn't he use soul-searching techniques on you? Han Li was surprised to hear this. Heh heh, if it were any other cultivator, even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator in his hands, they would have inevitably been forcibly soul-searched. But my throat-seizing demon art happens to be immune to such techniques. It keeps my consciousness guarded within my soul, making it impossible for him to forcibly extract it. Even if he increases the power of the soul-searching technique, at most, it would cause my soul to scatter. Trying to learn Man Husey's secrets is just wishful thinking. Man Husey sneered coldly, proud of his throat-seizing demon art. Such a technique exists. Han Li's eyebrows twitched, seeming somewhat intrigued. Of course. Do you think the throat-seizing demon art is just an empty name? It's just that I never spread this matter outside. The Extreme Yin had no choice but to torment my nascent soul with corpse fire every now and then. But how could I easily surrender? Even though he used his secret technique to extend my lifespan for over 100 years, once my nascent soul completely dissipates, I won't have the chance to reincarnate. But even if I consume another nascent soul's essence to extend my lifespan, whether there truly will be a chance in the next life is still uncertain. With hatred and resentment in his eyes, Man Husey stared at the Extreme Yin ancestor trapped in the blue ice, almost wanting to tear into him. I see, you intend to devour the Extreme Yin's nascent soul in hopes of a chance in the next life. I've heard of such secret techniques, but their effectiveness cannot be verified. Han Li rubbed his chin, murmuring to himself. Regardless of whether it's true or false, this secret technique is my only chance. I have to try it. Besides, my collections might as well benefit someone else in the future rather than go to waste. Man Husey said helplessly. That's a fair point. Do you still have the heavenly replenishing pill? After some thought, Han Li asked slowly. No, as soon as I left the void temple, I swallowed it whole. But who knew it would have little effect on me? The Extreme Yin thought I hadn't used the pill yet, and has been pressing me for its whereabouts. Otherwise, whether he really had such patience to interrogate me for so long is debatable. Man Husey replied candidly. Oh, I see. Han Li's face showed a trace of surprise. When he took the heavenly replenishing pill back then, its effects were incredibly pronounced. However, seeing the current state of affairs, it was likely that Man Husey wasn't lying. It seemed that the heavenly replenishing pill had minimal effect on nascent soul cultivators like him. Of course, this could also be because his original spiritual roots were not bad, leaving little room for improvement. Han Li thought to himself, I can assist you with this matter, but first, duplicate the mantra of the totem devil art for me, and then I will hand over Extreme Yin for you to deal with. I'm particularly interested in the soul-locking technique inside. Finally, after you've consumed the nascent soul, you can inform me of the whereabouts of your other collections, Hanley said after a moment of contemplation, staring steadily at Marshall Beard's nascent soul. All right, no problem. Marshall Beard's nascent soul responded eagerly, without hesitation. Hanley nodded. However, noticing Marshall Beard's nascent soul looking somewhat dejected, he suddenly formed a series of hand seals, and several incantations were swiftly cast upon Marshall Beard's nascent soul. Instantly, multicolored spiritual lights flashed across its surface, and Marshall Beard's nascent soul's spirits visibly lifted, recovering significantly. Hanley waved his hand dismissively, then raised it, tossing over a pale white blank jade slip. Marshall Beard's nascent soul hurriedly opened its mouth slightly, and a faint golden mist spewed out, instantly enveloping the jade slip and shrinking it down rapidly before it was lifted into its hand. Then it closed its eyes and lowered its head, beginning to duplicate the incantations. For Marshall Beard, duplicating the incantations, which it had recited countless times, was naturally effortless. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Marshall Beard's nascent soul opened its eyes again, raising a small hand. A white light shot straight towards Hanley. Hanley raised his hand to catch the white light, and after a flicker of spiritual light, the jade slip returned to its original size. Marshall brother wouldn't tamper with the incantations, would you? Hanley glanced at the item in his hand, then suddenly revealed a smile that seemed somewhat inscrutable. Han brother is joking. With your current cultivation at the late nascent soul stage, the authenticity of the technique is self-evident. Moreover, given Marshall's current situation, how could I afford to act against my own interests? Marshall Beard's nascent soul responded, showing a wry smile at Hanley's words. Hanley chuckled but said nothing more. With a shake of the jade slip in his hand, he scanned it with his divine sense. However, after reading just a few lines, Hanley's expression changed dramatically. He first appeared astonished, then incredulous, and finally delighted. Seeing this, the nascent soul of Marshall Beard was puzzled. But since he hadn't tampered with the incantation, there was nothing to worry about. It took Hanley as long as a stick of incense to finish reading the jade slip, much slower than Marshall Beard had expected. Hanley then withdrew his divine sense, his face showing a mixture of emotions. Marshall brother, where did you learn this totem devil art from? Does it have any origin? Hanley asked slowly. Origin, this devil art is well known in the chaotic star sea and has been around for a long time. Its fame is comparable to the 6 Paths 6 Extremes true devil art. This art has always been passed down through a single lineage, and I only learned it from my master. Why? Is there something wrong with this art? The nascent soul asked, puzzled. Nothing, Hanley said with a glint in his eye, shaking his head. He then flipped his hand, making the jade slip disappear. If Brother Han finds the art too difficult to cultivate, you can pass it down to a disciple. Just don't let the totem devil art be lost, Marshal Beard said calmly, though he clearly did not believe Han Li's earlier reaction. For him, the priority was still consuming the nascent soul of the extreme yin patriarch. Thus, he promptly asked, "Now that you've seen the art, can I proceed?" As he spoke, his eyes flashed red, and a layer of malevolence appeared on his face. "Of course, but since you're somewhat weakened, do you need my help?" Han Li looked at the ice-sealed extreme yin patriarch and asked with a smile. "Then I'll leave it to you. I'll wait outside," Han Li said with a slight smile and walked out of the stone chamber. Only Marshal Beard's nascent soul and the ice-sealed extreme yin patriarch remained in the chamber. The nascent soul stared at the extreme yin patriarch with a sinister expression, while the latter's eyes showed extreme fear. Han Li stood in the corridor outside, playing with the jade slip in his hand, deep in thought. The stone chamber remained eerily silent, without any sound. After a quarter of an hour, a weary voice finally came through. "Friend Han, you can come in now," said Marshal Beard, his voice slightly hoarse. Han Li raised an eyebrow, made the jade slip disappear again, and re-entered the stone chamber. The blue ice was still intact, but the extreme yin patriarch inside looked like a dead fish, his aura completely gone. Marshal Beard's nascent soul floated above the blue ice, looking slightly larger and more energetic than before, though his face showed extreme fatigue. Han Li listened intently, nodding without changing his expression. "Now that my great vengeance is avenged, I will meditate here." "Feel free to leave, friend Han," Marshal Beard said, sighing deeply and then shooting to a corner of the chamber, sitting cross-legged. Golden light began to radiate from Marshal Beard's nascent soul, his aura fluctuating wildly. Han Li smiled faintly, ignoring Marshal Beard's meditation. Instead, he raised his hands, and bolts of golden lightning shot out, striking the giant ice block and shattering it into pieces, including the extreme yin patriarch's body. After confirming there was no secondary soul or another nascent soul within, Han Li nodded in satisfaction and turned away. At that moment, cracks began to appear on Marshal Beard's nascent soul, with golden light leaking out like liquid. Han Li narrowed his eyes, watching silently. With a soft bang, Marshal Beard's nascent soul disintegrated into golden light, disappearing into the void. Seeing Marshal Beard's nascent soul dissolve, Han Li sighed and shot a fireball at the remains, incinerating everything. Without a glance at the flames, Han Li turned into a streak of blue light and flew out of the stone chamber. With no need for caution, Han Li moved at full speed, reaching the end of the passage in moments. A glowing stone wall blocked his path. Without hesitation, Han Li unleashed several golden sword beams, shattering the stone door. In a flash, Han Li appeared outside the stone door, in the first floor of a pavilion. The stone door was merely a secret door in a corner of the pavilion. As soon as he exited, the rumbling sound of battle intensified. From outside, loud laughter, angry shouts, and the sounds of magic echoed, indicating a fierce battle was taking place. Han Li frowned, and a red light shot into the pavilion. The person within didn't recognize Han Li and shouted, "Something's wrong." The iron stone peaks beasts suddenly. "Who are you? Where's Elder Wu?" Seeing Han Li instead of the extreme yin patriarch, the newcomer was shocked. Han Li coldly smiled, and with a flick of his finger, a golden light shot out, decapitating the intruder and his red sword. This unfortunate cultivator from the Inverse Star Alliance didn't even get a clear look at Han Li before losing his life. From the few words the man had said, Han Li understood that sea beasts had ambushed the Inverse Star Alliance. Though puzzled, Han Li had no intention of getting involved. He concealed his aura and quietly floated out of the pavilion. But before he reached the door, a thunderous voice echoed from the sky, "Friend Tang, our sea tribe has sent so many members this time. Your Inverse Star Alliance can't possibly resist. Hand over the Supreme Spirit stones, and we might spare you." The voice was deep but powerful, causing the lesser cultivators outside to falter and their spiritual energy to stagnate. Hearing Supreme Spirit stones, Han Li's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he shot out of the pavilion, looking up. The outside was chaotic, with spiritual lights flashing and explosions resounding everywhere. Dozens of cultivators and bizarre beasts were engaged in fierce combat under a blue mist that covered the sky. Several groups were in a stalemate. One gaunt elder in a blue robe wielded a green mirror and a blue sword, fighting a huge, fat monk wielding gold rings and a round bowl, spraying blue mist to counter the elder's attacks. The thunderous voice had come from the monk. Seeing silver scales on the monk's neck, Han Li realized he was a sea creature in human form. Other fights included a man and a woman against a scholar with short horns, and an old man in gray using a gourd to release cold wind, fighting a fiery figure. Further away, a large blood-red cloud roiled, indicating another fierce battle. It was unclear who was winning, but the Inverse Star Alliance's preparation by recalling their nascent soul cultivators had clearly paid off. Supreme Spirit stones, you must be mistaken. How could such stones exist in this world? The gaunt elder said, his face unchanged as he intensified his attacks. "Stop deceiving yourself, Brother Tang. Hand over the stones, and we might spare you." The fat monk laughed, spraying more blue mist with disdain. Chapter 1148, Golden Jiao King. Even if Brother Tang is willing to stop, we will never stop without getting the Spirit Stone. Besides, the information about the Spirit Stone was obtained by me personally from the soul of the cultivator who discovered it. Don't even think about deceiving us, the fat man said with a cold laugh, his body fat trembling continuously. "So it was you who killed Protector Li." The skinny old man first looked stunned, then immediately became furious. He shook the green mirror in his hand, and several thick beams of light instantly shot towards the opponent. "What's the matter, Taoist Tang? Aren't you denying the matter of the Spirit Stone?" The fat man sneered, pointing at the round bowl in front of him, which immediately emitted a large yellow haze, absorbing these beams of light one by one. Even if it's true, so what? Everyone knows that a top-grade spirit stone has incredible effects on breaking through bottlenecks. How could we hand it over to you demon cultivators? And aren't you afraid that by attacking our peak so recklessly, you will be taken advantage of by the people of the Star Palace? The skinny old man quickly calmed down, his angry expression disappearing. Star Palace? Do you think our Sea Tribe only has a grudge against your anti-Star Alliance? Let me tell you the truth. Our Sea Tribe has come out in full force this time. Not only do we want the top-grade spirit stone, but we also want to reclaim all the spirit mines on this island. The outer sea has always been our Sea Tribe's domain. You human cultivators trying to divide the spirit stones of this island is simply a pipe dream. Previously, we only pretended to cooperate with you because we hadn't gathered all our forces yet, the fat man said with a sneer, raising his fat neck with a sinister expression. Hearing this, the old man surnamed Tang's face changed dramatically. As if to confirm the fat man's words, a howling sound suddenly came from the distant sky, followed by another wave of blue demon fog rolling in from that direction. The fog was full of demonic shadows, seemingly hiding countless demon beasts. Haha, it seems the humans of the Star Palace have already been dealt with. It was indeed the right decision to concentrate our forces and eliminate one side first. Now you are really doomed. The fat man laughed wildly upon seeing this scene. But the round bowl in front of him shone brightly, and in the blink of an eye, a large yellow haze gushed out from the bowl, directly covering the old man below. The 2 gold rings on his arms also flashed out, turning into layers of phantoms and striking down fiercely. Seeing his reinforcements arriving, the demon cultivator intensified his attacks, determined not to let the opponent escape easily. The skinny old man was naturally shocked and angry, but for a moment, he couldn't shake off the opponent. The other battle groups were in the same situation, with all the transformed demon beasts launching relentless attacks without sparing any demon power. Various colors of spiritual light intertwined and flickered, and the rumbling sound was deafening. For a time, the nascent soul cultivators of the Anti-Star Alliance really couldn't shake off their opponents and quickly escape from here. The other wave of demon fog sped up and quickly revealed the hideous appearance of some demon beasts within it. At this moment, even the most sluggish cultivators of the Anti-Star Alliance knew that things were going terribly wrong. As a result, someone shouted, "Retreat." Immediately, the low-level cultivators below scattered in all directions, and the nascent soul stage elders in the air also began to look for opportunities to escape. Some retreated slowly while defending. Some launched desperate attacks to temporarily repel the opponents and escape. And others, confident in their escape techniques, calmly maneuvered while constantly scanning the surroundings. Below, upon hearing the words top-grade spirit stone, Han Li's original intention to immediately flee vanished. Although he had never seen the legendary top-grade spirit stone with his own eyes, he knew its miraculous effects from numerous ancient texts. Not to mention that this spirit stone is the only material needed to set up several ancient formations in the human realm. Its assistance in breaking through bottlenecks alone makes it highly coveted by all cultivators. After all, this assistance is effective from the core formation stage to the divine transformation stage. Although its effect diminishes with each stage, the top-grade spirit stone is still something that human realm cultivators can only dream of. Now that such a stone has been mined here, it's no wonder the Anti-Star Alliance immediately retracted its forces, and the demon beasts rushed over 1,000 miles, attacking the two factions of cultivators on the island simultaneously. They probably believe that if the first top-grade spirit stone has appeared, there might be a second or even a third one in the vein. Han Li took a deep breath, and in a moment he had almost figured out the truth. With such a rare treasure appearing before him, he naturally wouldn't let it go easily. His usually calm and clear eyes started to burn with a strange flame. However, the question of who holds this top-grade spirit stone is a troublesome one. Logically, such a treasure should be in the hands of the highest-ranked person, which would be the skinny old man. But it could also be that the old man used a strategy to hide the stone on an unremarkable low-level cultivator to send it away during the chaos. In this case, even with his great abilities, he couldn't capture all the Anti-Star Alliance cultivators under the watchful eyes of the demon cultivators. Han Li frowned, but soon relaxed after a brief contemplation. The transformed demon beasts are no less intelligent than human cultivators. They probably have already considered this issue. Even if he doesn't act, the demon beasts won't let any Anti-Star Alliance cultivators escape. When the spirit stone shows up, he can just snatch it away. With his abilities, none of the cultivators or demon beasts here can stop him. Having made up his mind, Han Li stood on the pavilion, hiding his presence while coldly watching the aerial battle. As expected, 200 to 300 demon beasts of various shapes suddenly rushed out from the distant demon fog, chasing after the low-level cultivators with various colors of demon energy. Most of them were 3rd to 4th level beasts, but there were also more than a dozen high-level beasts of the 5th level and above. Each cultivator had several same-level demon beasts chasing them. Under such a lineup, it was indeed almost impossible for those cultivators to escape from the island. The blue demon fog quickly reached the top of the stone peak and merged with the previous fog. A powerful demon aura soared into the sky, followed by a ball of golden flames shooting out from it. With a flash of light, a demon cultivator in golden armor and helmet appeared in midair. This demon had a jiao head and a human body, holding a golden spear with silver arcs flashing around it, a thin electric snake faintly slithering along the spear shaft, obviously not an ordinary treasure. The golden armor was made of scales, each covered in tiny runes, emitting a strange demonic aura. As soon as this demon appeared, Its Jiao eyes shot out a dazzling light, and a powerful divine sense instantly enveloped the entire stone peak. The nascent soul cultivators fighting below felt their hearts sink simultaneously. Golden Jiao King, impossible. How dare you break the agreement and take action yourself? The skinny old man turned pale at the sight of this demon cultivator and shouted in disbelief. This Jiao dragon demon cultivator turned out to be a perfected 10th level demon beast. Why can't I take action? If you want me to continue honoring the agreement, you humans must have the ability to enforce it. You haven't had a divine transformation cultivator for 3,000 years, and now with a top-grade spirit stone involved, the agreement is null and void. The Jiao dragon said coldly, its human speech icy. At this moment, 2 more demon cultivators shot out from the demon fog. One was a red-haired, tusked demon, and the other was a tall, black-robed, blue-faced demon who looked somewhat familiar. Isn't this the turtle demon that was with the poisonous Jiao back then? Han Li, hidden below, was startled upon seeing the golden Jiao dragon, but was even more surprised when he saw the black-robed, blue-faced demon. He then thought of Feng Zai, who had almost cornered him with no escape. His expression darkened, and he quickly scanned the demon fog, but no more demon cultivators emerged from it. Han Li frowned, but did not recklessly release his divine sense or use his spirit eyes to search. After all, the divine sense of a perfected 10th level demon beast is no trivial matter. Although he could barely avoid detection under its divine sense, releasing his own would undoubtedly expose his presence. However, since the golden Jiao King had appeared, the Anti-Star Alliance cultivators were certainly in great peril. Yet, that turtle demon being involved with this Jiao dragon, could it be related to the poisonous Jiao from back then? Han Li thought coldly. Hearing the golden Jiao King's words, the cultivators on the stone peak looked panic-stricken, and the skinny old man's heart sank even further. But as a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, he wouldn't surrender so easily. He suddenly let out a shrill cry, and the blue flying sword that had been moving intricately in the demon fog exploded with blinding white light, followed by a loud bang as it shattered. This flying sword was a powerful ancient treasure. In the old man's forced self-detonation, its power far exceeded ordinary cultivators' imagination. A massive silver-white ball of light suddenly appeared above the stone peak, dispersing. The blue mist spewed by the fat man, and shattering the illusions created by the 2 golden rings. The fat man was shocked and hurriedly urged the round bowl to its utmost, instantly forming a yellow haze shield around himself while retreating. Taking this opportunity, the old man flipped his palm, producing a purple silk handkerchief, which he quickly sacrificed. The handkerchief turned into a purple light enveloping the old man. With a flash, it transformed into a purple rainbow, shooting into the sky. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it had traveled over 20 yards.